viewers, and welcome to Tales of Winternaut, Chapter 4, Book 3, Tale of Cybil's Spear, our primary actual play D&D 5e campaign. I'm Silver. As always, I will be your storyteller this evening, and with me are esteemed players. We'll start with the one not wearing glasses tonight, as we try to provide a united front.
Ooh.
AJ,
Is this bullying?
Ernie, Saga, Dustin, Conrad, and our special guest player Briars. And unfortunately, Jeff will not be with us tonight, but his spirit will live on through Ernie as he attempts to portray his brother-in-arms, Marshals Unite. So, for those of you tuning in for the first time, or if you've missed a session, we'd like to encourage you to check out previous sessions, including Book 1 and Book 2, on our YouTube channel. Also like to direct you to our Discord server to join our community and interact with us. Links to both can be found in the About section of the Twitch channel. Before we begin, I want to thank Smiteworks for Fantasy Grounds, a virtual tabletop of choice, Sirenscape for our amazing ambiance, sound effects, and music, which you should be hearing a little bit of right now, Discord for our voice and video, and Wizards of the Coast for Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, the game we play. Tales of Winternacht is not an official representative of any of these companies, and the views and statements made during our game do not in any way represent those of the companies. Previously on the Tale of Cybil's Spear. Sorry, I did not go faster on that one like I said I was going to. I'll get back on track next week. 2 weeks. Anyway, previously on the Tale of Cybil's Spear. Cybil's Spear, a group of 6 strangers who have been brought together to combat various threats and emerge unified as a party, seeking to discover the vile machinations of the otherworldly entity known only as the Dreamer. Their current journey has brought them to Torsland, the northern homeland of the party's barbarian Jofridir. Arriving in the port city of Riyab, they met Alyona, Jofridir's beloved, who agreed to join them as they ventured to Jofridir's home of Snodeskal. 3 days' journey to the west. The party pushed through a blizzard on their exit and made good headway despite the conditions, eventually making camp for a night's rest on the plains. From out of the creeping dawn came a pack of Mogolda, mage-hunting monsters of the frozen plains. Party engaged the wicked creatures and emerged victorious, with everyone in one piece, including their snow ram mounts. They set back off on their journey, and at the suggestion of Alyona, made way to Skelettvile, a small village of giants located along the cliffs that border the Slaver Sea to the north. As the sun began its descent towards the horizon, the hamlet came into view. And here outside the hamlet of Skelettville, it is the 57th day of Faderman, 296 years after the fall. And let me switch to my other set of notes. As you approach the small village sitting atop the large rise to the north, the snow swirls in front of you under the power of the winds, which have begun to grow in strength and speed. The village appears to be little more than an outpost behind a wooden palisade wall, with only a few streams of smoke extending into the sky. As you exit the barren, wintry woods, you enter into an empty space that extends about 50 yards out from the palisade wall ahead. Continue on, make your way to the gate. Anybody want to stop for the crows in the trees? Or change their mind and go anyplace else?
What is the disposition of the crows in the trees? Do they seem to just be like watching and observing? Do they seem to be agitated in any way?
Very calm and observant. They, every once in a while one will fly off or one will fly in, but for the most part they're just sitting, watching, tilting their heads, taking you all in. As you continue your approach, you get about halfway across this empty expanse, a good 15-20 yards short of the wall. You hear a voice call from somewhere inside the wall. Be friend or foe?
Friend.
You'd like to think so, at least.
Jofridir would step forward with his snow ram, and he will confidently just hold up his hand and say, I am Jofridir Torstensen of Snodeskal. And we come as friends.
You see a head pop up above the palisade wall, looking out over at you. It's a very large individual, a little bit bigger sized stature than anybody in the party, including Jofridir. For most of you, this is a pretty foreign sight, with the exception of Aliona and Jofridir, which would have a little bit more commonplace to see giants. But the rest of you, with possible exception of Lonan, did travel with one and shipwreck with one a long time ago on a beach far, far away. There we go. There's my Star Wars Day reference for the night.
And then more.
So you see this individual. He's kind of got grayish, pale skin. His head shaved up on the sides and just a layer of hair going down and then ending in a ponytail back behind. Blondish hair, flecks of gray, gray brows, and a gray beard coming down about 2-3 inches down below his chin. You also, what's our passive perception? I think Lonan, you're the high with what, 15? Or is that higher than that? 20? Oh yeah, definitely. Lonan, anybody with a passive perception above a 15 would notice. He's got like thin icicle looking earrings off of each side, and then wearing just these very thick dark black furs over his shoulders, and that's about all the further you can see him at this point, as he looks over and just kind of eyes all of you, taking in appearance and then mostly focusing on Jofridir, since he has announced himself. He has a little snort and a huff before his head disappears again, and you start to hear loud sounds of wood scraping against wood from the other side of the wall. And before too terribly long, see the gate start to swing outward towards you. Pushing the gate is this massive giant standing about just short of 9 feet tall, with arms, big bulging arms about the size of a small tree trunk, sides of his head shaved as described, and then he's looking you over. You're drawn to his bright icy blue eyes, somewhat reminiscent of the Magolvda that you just fought earlier in the day. Fortunately, not flaming, nothing coming off of them. They are just static blue eyes. And he pushes the gate without very much visible effort. But judging from the size of this large wooden gate that he's moving, I guess probably very few people in your party, if anybody, would be capable of the ease with which he is accomplishing this athletic feat. And as he gets the gate open, he just gestures with his left hand for you to enter through the gate, as he stares intently at each of you as you pass through, if you so choose.
Give a look around at everyone, but yeah, Alfred will start his way down.
So will Jofridir, and eventually Kiesel.
Aliona will follow, and as she passes the giant, she'll just say, Zafora bless you on this day. Say, one.
He'll just give you a little head tilt, nothing more. As you enter into the courtyard area here, you guys take in the scene of, there's quite a few more buildings than there are streams of smoke. Rough count, just rough guess in your easy perception, all of you would count at least 10 buildings. If anybody wants to give me a perception check, you can see if you spot more or any oddities to that, but your
Okay.
eyes are more drawn to the large 6 foot wide pillar of flame in this bonfire that is set out in the middle of the courtyard, which is a welcome respite of the nice heat coming off of this bonfire. It tempers the cold that you've been riding through for the last roughly 3/4 of a day and sleeping through the night before.
I'll give a perception check.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I'll take a
will
look
you.
around.
Cedric will too.
Round.
29.
I was gonna say, as Lonan passed the giant, she's gonna turn to him and say, in giant, thank you, friend.
I told you I'd gonna have to let a cat out at some point. So if you couldn't hear the meows. Okay. He gives you a similar kind of head tilt that he gave to Aliona, the little what's up?
Yeah. Hey.
But he returns the same greeting. It's to sharing the language. Let's see. Cedri, Aliona, Lonan. Actually count that there is probably closer to 20, about 16, 17 buildings. Most of the ones that you notice on the outer edges near the wall look to be more residential residences. But then there's this great lodge right in the center, just past the bonfire, that very, very large timbers that have been put together in this large wooden structure that stretches, as you would expect out of a race that you've just walked past this 9-foot tall fellow opening the gate. Normal ceiling heights aren't going to work. So when AJ asks the ceiling height a little bit later, you can guess that inside this place it's going to need to be above 9 feet tall. So the building itself is actually closer to about 20 feet tall at its apex, but it more of an A-frame type setup that goes up and then runs all the way back. The houses are all kind of similar structures. Most things built into little A-frames or more lean-to type setups. But
All like heights and whatnot.
you still definitely catch there's only 3 streams of smoke. One off this bonfire, one off and then actually it appears either one off the lodge and one from behind the lodge, or potentially 2 coming from the lodge. The houses on the outskirts are all quiet. No signs of smoke or any sort of fires burning there. Dustin, what'd you ask?
I was asking the structures, are they made of like hides and whatnot? Or are they like structures?
They all appear to be
structures of
wood from the outside.
Okay.
Wooden structures for the most part. You see, what was Alfred's 10? You spot one that has some hides on the outside. Being a craftsman yourself, probably some sort of a tannery.
Okay, but not like the usual
No.
building material. Okay.
No. So, welcome to Skelettvile.
What a spooky name.
Zidri's doing everything he can to like tuck himself into the scarf that Lonan made without necessarily realizing the flame and water kind of detailing on it. He's more so trying to hide his appearance than anything else. So
Gotcha.
Likewise, Alfred's very glad that he's wrapped himself like a mummy. No part of him shows except for this.
I'll lean over to Yofredir. Is this normal?
I would have to ask, is this normal?
That's a tough question to answer.
Hmm.
I think if I'm putting myself in Jofridir's shoes, is what normal?
Hmm. I guess you'll lean back to Salinas. Would you care to elaborate a little bit more?
Is the lack of people?
Hmm.
Well, the people that
Jofridir
are
would know that this is a small village. Aliona would know roughly too that this typically most accounts that Aliona would have, and Jofridir's just estimations would be about on the same page as being there's only about 30 to 40 people in this clan. It's a very small clan. But 30 to 40 people looks like a lot less when you're talking 3 streams of smoke inside the walls.
well, the people that are here at least seem kind of decent. They're at least not aggressive.
Well, they're very small in size. They're one of the smaller clans.
So are they not more prone to, I guess, being that way?
Mm. It might be a numeric combat thing.
It might not be a bad idea to go ahead and start figuring out where we're gonna spend the night, maybe?
Sure.
Good idea.
Would
At least we won't be attacked by large wolves tonight. Crossing my fingers at least.
would Jofridir be more keen on knowing where to stay here?
Jofridir would have traveled here a few times, not terribly often. Most of the time, when Jofridir would have traveled to Riob, it would have been by boat and not taken the overland travel, just because it would usually be either coming back from raids or on way to raids. Not this time of year. But he would have some background with knowing a few people that were from here at one point in time. Not like a huge amount of familiarity, but also knowing that it's a very small village that is not a whole lot of travel here. There's not a lot of people that come and stay, and so there is no like inn or tavern to stay at. It's rely on the hospitality. If you have some connections here, you might be able to find a place to stay with the large structure in the center is the lodge. But it's not a formal walk in, pay 2 gold, and spend the week. It's it's more of a you have to have some relationship, which would also Jofridir would not be overly surprised just by providing his name, he could gain entry into the village because the 2 clans are on good terms with each other.
So, I mean, can I pull like a history check or see like who specifically would I know
Sure.
that's from here?
Yeah.
See if they're still
guess.
in town.
Does Jofridir have any contacts?
That's a good question.
Is Jofridir a friendly man?
God, he's not very
So-
good at history.
Off the top of his head, Jofridir doesn't recall specifically anybody that lives here currently. One of the most respected people in Snodeskal, though, is kind of the village elder who was a giant that used to is roughly related to some of the people in this clan. These are his kinfolk, but he is the oldest person in Snodeskal and has been in Snodeskal almost his entire life. So he knows that guy, but that's not necessarily anything that would be a whole lot of help here. And I'm going to butcher the name because it's Jofridir's backstory stuff, but Herdart or Herdart, I'm guessing it's Herdert, would be that community elder that the giant of Snodeskal.
I feel like I'm asking so many questions. And then is this like a centralized design? Would Yofridir also be able to know where the village elders usually stay?
Like here?
Or yeah, or is it like you just find the oldest guy type deal?
Roll me another history check.
Oh man,
Hey, how old are you?
I don't know, dude.
And I would say that Aliona could also do a history check
Section
on
just
this.
kinda,
Oh, thank God, something above a 4.
And
Well.
Aliona, it fits into your ability, so you do it
Oh,
with advantage.
nice.
So
Nice.
harder DC, but you get the advantage part out of it. Boy, we stuck with the single digits, but we moved up, so we'll take it.
A little bit.
13 and 13. Nice pair. The 13 Yofridir. Aliona would not know much about the leadership of the village with a 13. And there's a good reason for that. And that was stated in last session when Yofridir was providing the background information on Skelettvile to, I believe, Kiesel? On the approach, maybe?
I think so.
They have a superstition with not crossing moving water. So they don't go into Riob because they have to cross the Roaring River, and they don't go any, like, Snodeskal would be the only other settlement they could visit because it's the only other one that's on in between the two rivers. So not a whole lot of information that Aliona would have. Yofridir with a 13. It's a female that's the leader, or was before he left. Doesn't remember names. Wasn't really important. As you are all sitting on your snow rams, presumably just kind of hanging out around the bonfire, figuring some stuff out, as you casually glance around, taking in the limited sights, notice that. Oh, I gotta find my way up through my notes here. That's what I get for prepping stuff like this. On the other side of the fire stands this grand wooden structure as previously described, and you see the front door open, and a female giant steps out of the main door of the building, looking out towards you, just kind of surveying everybody. I'd say she's probably good 30 to 35 feet away from where you guys are at right now, and on the other side of the fire. From most of you, I would presume the majority of you are all still kind of in the filed in and grouped together, but a few of you would probably be a little bit more to the outskirts around the fire and be able to get a better view on her. Quick glance, she appears younger than the guard from the gate, who at this point in time is now closing the gate and dropping the wooden beam back in place to brace it. She has brown hair, fairly long, that's kind of tied up in buns off the back into kind of a... I'm not great with female hair, so what that would be called as to being kind of... The intention was for it to be buns, but then when I did some artwork on it, I liked what I did there, but I don't know what it's called. So
Face
just kind
buns.
of into a big mass that it's tied up into multiple braids and then tied up in the back. And she's a very attractive young giant woman, wearing a similar thick furs to the gatekeeper. These black, which you get a better look at his furs once you're through the gate and can see his full body. It's this black cloak over top that's just like thick layers of fur that look a lot like, it's almost like layers of feathers going down that kind of give the look of layers of crow feathers. But You get a decent. Well, you know what? Anybody wants to give me an investigation check on the gatekeeper?
I'll do so.
Seemed like an Alfred thing to do,
Oh,
so
jeez.
Very much.
is there gonna be an Alfred roll?
Yeah, he'll take a look
Boy.
at the craftsmanship.
Nice.
I'm sorry, I rolled all those 20s in pregame, and I'm like burning through everybody's dice. Apparently, a lot
Yeah.
of single digits. Damn.
Yeah, man.
Get
Okay.
them all
Alright,
out
there
at the
we go.
beginning.
The last three: Alfred, Kiesel, Zedri. It's not feathers. Very much not feathers. It is layers of fur that have been carefully cut to look like little feather shapes, but it is definitely hides with the fur attached that have just been very well made, very intricate work that would have to be go into this, that doesn't have any obvious armor or warmth gains that you would get off of having all the intricate detail. It is purely for aesthetic from what you can tell. And as stated, the young giant woman is also wearing a very similar cloak. She's just kind of giving everybody a not a warm look, not a smile. It's a very straight faced, stern, stoic look from the door as she's carrying something. Before any of you can say anything or make any approach to her, she just quickly turns and goes back inside, leaving you alone out in front of with the fire and the gatekeeper who's working at closing the gate back up.
Zedru definitely attempts to wave, but if she turns around, he'll note that.
Would that have looked like Hina?
No.
No. Okay.
Well, let me see. Give me an investigation, Yofridir.
Straight roll.
Yes.
Oh, something above a double digit for you. I'm so sorry.
No, it doesn't.
Mm.
I mean, too young. Way too young.
Way too. Okay. Okay. Just goon.
I will also note that she had a little bit more pronounced but similar icicle earrings, bright blue, probably about 3/4 of an inch wide at the tip or at the top, and then just tapering off like an icicle.
I maybe like roll insight on her, like just to kind of gather what her what that look was about.
Okay. Based off of the short time she was out there, you can do so, but I will have it be at disadvantage.
Sounds good.
Roll high. We've used up all the
Alright.
single digits.
I hope
Yeah,
so.
only good rolls from now on. Guaranteed net 20s.
Hey, they're both double digits.
Okay.
Hey,
Well,
it's pretty good.
All right. With a 15, Aliona would kind of get a read of something's clearly, I mean, like everything all taken together, everything that you've observed. Something's not right here. There's a little bit of an uneasiness as you're coming into this village, and this woman clearly looks concerned about what you would best guess outsiders, uncomfortable with strangers.
I think Aliena will look around and say to the others, there seems to be something wrong here. They're not usually not so cold to outsiders. And with just there's not many people around, and I think there's something off.
Do you think it could have
There's-
something to do with the fact that Snowskal was empty, according to that guy from the tavern?
Could be. Maybe someone here knows something about that.
mean-
There's always something wrong in the towns we show up in, isn't there?
I mean, I think that's just a given. There's something wrong everywhere. Life is full of strife.
I have a question. I have so many. I'm so sorry. I just want to preface. I have so many questions because I have a couple documents that Jeff gave me, and I don't want to be the guy to pull the cat out of the bag too early. You know what I mean? So I'm just kind
Sure.
of weary about what to say or ask.
You can shoot me DMs too if you want
Okay,
to ask
okay.
questions too.
I
That's
totally
fine.
forgot that I can do that. I'm like,
Yeah.
dude,
Use all your tools.
I think I should know what's going on.
You can only speak your thoughts.
I have so many.
To be fair, you don't know what's going on. If
Okay.
that's your question, you don't really have any idea what's going on. It's been a long time since he would have been in Skelettville, and obviously what you guys are here to investigate is unknown to Yofridir as to why was that guy saying that Snodeskal is empty.
Zedri will point through the flame and just say, I feel like we should probably go ahead and knock on the door over there. I mean, that lady got a view of us, so at least we'll be somewhat familiar faces.
So the first person that we see, we're just going to go over and knock on the door to her house.
Well, we should do best finding the elder here. I know it's...
Perhaps we start.
With the Great Hall?
I was going to say the lodge, yes.
She's an older woman. But she is the leader of the clan, after all.
The way?
We start walking.
All right.
Should we find somewhere else to put our snow rams?
You know, stake them into the ground along the side of the lodge, I guess.
Alfred will walk back up to the giant that let us in and hope that he knows common.
He's the are you friend or foe that he called out was in common.
Okay, fair. Excuse me. Is there an acceptable place that we can lodge our snow rams?
Just leave him out here. I'll take care of him.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. Alfred will awkwardly walk away.
Okay.
He says that we could just leave him over here. He'll take care of them. It's whatever that means.
That sounds right. They're big on generosity, so.
All right, you all dismount your snow rams and leave them.
Confusing situation.
Zedri will give Mystic a kind goodbye.
Just in case.
Just a bit, just to behave. Classic talking to your animal stuff.
Give Moonspark just some scritches.
All right. And then making your way towards the Great Lodge.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. As you step through a slightly muddy dirt path that leads between the bonfire and the Great Lodge ahead, watches the door to the lodge again, and a different female giant steps out. Much older. Surmise her age is probably closer to the gatekeeper than to the other woman you'd spotted. She has pale blue hair that hangs in two braids, long braids that go down about halfway down the chest on each side. And then also, quick glance just catches there's another central braid that is very thick going down the back as well. Stands relatively short in comparison to the gatekeeper, maybe about 7.5 foot tall. But definitely by that comparison just seems quite small for a giant, but definitely still well towering above anybody in the party. She eyes each of you in turn as she comes running out and running down the front steps of the lodge and out to the group. She kind of just looks across at all of you, taking in each of your appearance, and like she's looking for someone. And her eyes finally just settle on Zedri. For no apparent reason, that's where her focus goes. Are any of you a healer?
Zedri will raise his hand.
Slightly, like, gently push Zedri forward a little bit.
She goes in like immediately. Zedri is 5'11",
5'11" and
5'10" and a half.
Yeah.
3/4.
He's grown a
So about 1.5 foot short of this person. So she basically like reaches out for what would typically for her be like try and grab arm in arm to your elbow, but she's at your shoulder level, so she basically just like puts her hand on your back and starts ushering you towards the lodge.
Okay. Yeah, Zedri will quickly turn over his head and just look towards Salinas to see if Salinas has any sort of reaction to this.
So this is trying to gauge what's going on.
Okay.
So he's like trying to like figure out why this woman kind of focusing on Zedri, what's this urgent situation.
Yeah, Alfred will keep step and try and follow in behind them.
Mm-hmm.
The woman will just like usher Zedri, really just pretty much goes blind to the rest of you. You don't matter anymore. She's got the healer she was looking for. And just ushers Zedri up into the door, or up through the door. As she gives no mind towards the rest of you, she doesn't give any reaction to you following along behind. She seems to be set on one purpose. And as you pass through the door into the lodge, just as she gets to the door, leading the way, she'll look back over her shoulder and back past Zedri, and completely just like looking through you, yelling back to the gatekeeper, Lithondo, take care of the mounts. And through the door you go, stepping into the lodge.
We'll go in and just try to very quickly take stock of the situation, see who all is in there, and try to figure out where all these people that should, from what Yofredir said, it seems like this is a small clan, but this is a small amount of people for an already small clan.
Okay. Any of you, as you go in, if your immediate reaction is to do what Lonan is clearly doing, which is taking in who's here, where is everybody, what's going on, go ahead and roll perception checks. As you're stepping into this large wooden structure and immediately feeling the relief of the cold is gone. There's a nice central fire pit. For those of you that have ever watched any like the Viking shows, Vikings or Last Kingdom, instead of like a fireplace or anything like that, there's just this central pit, a fire pit in the center that is well stocked, burning fire, keeping everything nicely warm and toasty. Those of you wearing cold weather clothing quickly find it very uncomfortable to continue wearing the cold weather clothing as the bite of the cold is completely dissipated inside. Let's see. Perception checks. Let's see. Is that 6 of us?
It's 5. Can I make
5?
a perception as I'm pushed in?
Yeah, if
Oh,
it's
okay.
wherever your focus is going. If you're taking in the sights, you can.
I think Zedri would more so. He's going to take a page out of Alfred's book, and as
Okay.
he's being pushed by this woman, just say, my name is Zedri, by the way. What's your name?
Oh, sorry. Introductions is very urgent, but I'm Yella Zedri. Nice to meet you. Yes, we need to get to my mother, but yeah, there was Luthando out front. That's Ina over there, pointing to the beautiful woman that you saw standing out front. Who, at this point in time, you notice, if you did not pick up the audio, what she was carrying is she is carrying an infant in her arms that was wrapped up in the furs when she was outside, but is now uncovered back inside the warmth. Get the nice little audio cues of hearing a baby crying in the background. And at this point in time, those are the 4 occupants, counting the little one, up with an instruction that there may be a 5th occupant further on in that is who you are needed for. But looking around the lodge, beyond the description of these individuals, let's say Lonan and Yofridir are the only ones that pick up the conversation going on between Zedri and Gela, so knowing the names of everybody, but feel free to pass those along to the rest of the group as to who everybody is. And you spot these individuals as they're pointed out quickly. They're not hiding in any way, shape, or form. But around the fire pit, there are various animal furs, different coloring, different shapes and sizes. You do include amongst them, do catch sight of a couple Magorvlas, pelts on the ground, a few dire wolves, some small hair skins that are a little bit more in like sitting on tables and whatnot. Lots of animal furs, which for Yofridir and Aliona makes sense. This clan is known for being trackers, guides, trappers. That's mostly what they do. Beyond their skills with making quality cold weather clothing. Taking in the sight of the woman from before that was on the doorstep, she's swaying back and forth almost nervously as she continues to just like watch all of you as you basically step into her home and intrude on her safe place as she's protecting this child in her arms. Keeping her distance, does not approach any of you, and almost seems like she tries to back up against whatever safe spot she can find inside this great hall, as she stares each of you down with a icy cold glare.
And I make an insight check.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
You're free to make one. As well.
What?
And
What is this? What's
And
what's
look-
going on here?
kind of seeing her reaction is
There's the nat 20. And the nat 1. No.
To see through illusions or magical disguises. Oh, that's fun.
Lonan is gonna take her longbow off of her back and just kind of like prop it up against a wall.
Okay.
And also take her hand axe off of her belt and just like put it down with it and just kind of like leave her weapons at the door essentially.
Okay.
Not one of these people have been armed that we've seen, right?
No.
Okay.
And Yofradir and Aliona would both have... Well, Aliona, you can roll me a advantage history check. We'll check your story information. Yofradir, no, they're not that they're pacifists, but they only use weapons as tools. They do not use weapons as weapons towards other individuals. They are fisticuffs if it comes down to it.
Mhm.
Very excellent at fisticuffs. They deal more damage than monks do when they punch people, but partially because of the great size. Nice, 26. Yeah, Aliona knows about all of that. Yeah, as you guys are all taking in this scene, Zedri is escorted back beyond there's this hide curtain hung up at the backside of the main room of the lodge, and as Gela goes and pushes it to the side and leads Zedri back behind this pelt and separated from the rest of you. You don't gather it's like into a completely separate room, just that there's this hide partition that has been hung up to keep a little bit of privacy to the back of the chamber. So, Zedri, this will just be you for the moment. We're splitting the party here for a moment. Minimally. Zedri, as you get to the other side of this pelt, you see lying on a large bed out in front of you a older female giant who is only wearing a light blue nightgown to keep her warm, yet so you would expect that she might be, cold to some degree, but her brow is covered in thick droplets of sweat. Her skin is a rosy red, very, very blush. Stark contrast to the grayish skin tones of the other giants you've met to this point, that you've passed coming in. Her hair is matted from the sweat, yet it's got a unique rose color that very much stands out. She appears to be mouthing some words as you approach, but it seems to be babbling, doesn't seem to be making much sense. What languages does Zedri speak?
Oh, jeez. He speaks a few. Let me go ahead and check real quick. That's under abilities. Celestial, Common, Druidic, Dwarvish, and Infernal.
Okay. Yeah, it just seems like gibberish to you. Don't make any sense of what she's saying. But you kind of get a sense that it may just... She does not look very coherent. She looks very disoriented. And give me a medicine check. Well, first off, do you have proficiency in medicine?
I do.
Okay, give me a medicine check. Base proficiency in medicine tells you she's clearly feverish. She is dealing with some sort of high-grade fever.
I would like to go ahead and use my Brioran favor for this
Okay.
one.
Okay.
So that I can add a d4 to it.
All right.
So let me get that pulled up. This is my medicine. And then this is my favor.
Yay!
So 21.
21. All right. With the 21, you quickly surmise that this is probably some sort of infection that is resulting in this fever. Just a matter of figuring out where this infection is coming from. As you're kind of looking over this woman laying on the bed, Gela just looks to you like, "This is my mother, Hine. She's the Mr. Kraka, the leader of what's left of our clan. And she goes and just like clasps her hands on yours, and just give me an insight check. Yeah, she says you must heal her.
Hey, that was the wrong one, but I can just add a 4 to it, so it's a 12 for insight.
Okay, with a 12, she seems very desperate. The amount of pressure she's putting on your hand as she holds your hand just clearly gives off that she is very desperate. Okay. As you're set in this situation, going back out to the room, I did not address Salimus's insight check with his nat 20 and the 25 that resulted from that, so I don't want to miss that. What are you trying to pick up on, and who was the target of your insight check? Was it the woman with the baby, or the woman dragging Zedri away?
No, I think the woman with the baby, he kind of got the woman dragging Zedri away, he got a pretty good read of she needs someone to heal someone. I think he was more curious at the woman staring daggers at us.
Okay. You get much the same pickup that was that Lonan or Aliona that picked up on her before outside.
Aliona.
Aliona. Okay. She's definitely very uncomfortable that there are strangers in her house, and something clearly has happened based off everything you've been told. Aliona mentioned that they're typically not this way towards outsiders. They're typically pretty generous, and the cold reception that you got at the gate, with the exception of this woman that has led Zedri off, nobody's been pleasant in any way, shape, or form, and even that was borderline rude, just dragging your friend off. Something has clearly happened. This does not come across as being out of the ordinary type of behavior out of this woman. But you definitely can grab onto okay, she's holding a small child, an infant in her arms, and a group of strangers with very little introduction, very little information about who they are, why they're here, has invaded her home. And from everything you can tell from the surroundings, what ability does she have to defend herself against a group of 7 of you invading her home if you're not to be trusted? And no one contacted her. Clearly, no one contacted her to ask if this was okay.
Salinas is going to just kind of lean over to rest the group. Do you think that we should just wait here, or want we to go check on Zedri?
Well, I don't think they'll let us back there behind the barrier. So I guess we just have to wait here.
All right.
We should make good first impressions. We should just stay behind this side of the hide.
Who said that?
Yofrid here. Kiesel has 0 lines. I am full focused in Jeff's skin right now.
How far away is the hide?
The one separating where Zedri went to?
Yeah.
I guess as you guys walked in, there's this central fire pit running down the middle that's probably about 8 to 10 feet long, with a series of benches laid out along each side. where do you guys gravitate to as you step through the door, or are we all just huddled around the door watching Zedri walk away? Would you move towards the fire pit, kind of just mingle around the room that's empty? I guess the far side, that hide is at the far side of the room. So from the door, it'd probably be about 20 feet to get to the hide. And the woman with the child is about 20 to 25 feet away, off to the left. The hide's about central, going just on the other side of the fire pit.
Okay. Yeah, probably like try to keep a respectful distance away from her because she doesn't seem very friendly at the moment.
Okay.
But yeah, Salinas will just kind of put his arm on his hand on Kiesel's arm, and try to as carefully and unobtrusively as possible summon Galfrank on the other side of the hide barrier. And then just like just keep track. Just he's a little bit worried with how this is going on, just so someone has eyes on
Okay.
the guy out off by himself.
Let's see. When you bring back your familiar, because it's not, it's just, is there any description on what that amounts to as to what you have to physically do, or is it just a mental action?
Oh well, let's look. Let me see if I can
It's
find
not the casting, it's just the bringing him back.
Yeah.
Let's see.
The stream.
Yeah, it doesn't really explain it as one way or the other.
No. Yes, it just says you can cause it to reappear in any unoccupied space within 30 feet of you.
Well, just for there to be something other than just a mental, we'll say a minor somatic component to the resummoning. Could be as simple as a snap of the fingers. But in any way, shape, or form, give me a stealth for how subtle you are with the resummoning part. Galfrank popping up on the other side we'll deal with in a moment.
Would this
Could
be
I
some...
argue if it's... Sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, would Kiesel be able to pick up on that and maybe step in the way, try to help obscure this somehow?
Give some cover.
Give some
Sure.
cover.
Yeah, we'll throw it to advantage.
Or I was gonna argue if it's just somatic, could I argue sleight of hand?
Yeah, I'll go with that. So sleight of hand with advantage.
Okay.
Good call.
I'm
I like
actually
that.
proficient with that.
Nice. Ooh, we pulled out
19?
all the
All
tricks
right.
for that one.
Yeah, you
Yes,
really.
thank you for the advantage.
All right, 26.
Charisma check.
Don't gather that the woman staring daggers at you realizes you've done anything out of the ordinary at this point. But since we're activating things on the other side, we'll jump back to Zedri for a moment. So, Zedri, as you are being urged to heal this elderly woman who clearly has some form of an infection, give me a no, we'll just do your passive perception. What's Zedri's passive perception?
17.
17? Oh, just the hairs on the back are on the back of your neck and just stand at attention. Just sense something just changed in the room.
Okay. Yeah.
Your spidey sense is tingling.
Cool. Is that just gonna let that happen? He's gonna kind of like roll his shoulders back, and he's gonna look around the room. Next to the bed, is there like a bench or anything that Zedric could put out all of his supplies on?
Yeah, there's a little table off to the side. Probably about a 2-foot wide table.
Cool. Then I will go ahead and pop out my healer's kit and kind of all of those materials. Unfurl a really small like piece of cloth that has a pouch that I kind of pop open with a button, and it has a few like needles inside of it as well.
Okay.
But sorry, how long exactly has your mother been suffering under these conditions? It seems like a really bad infection, and I need to know what the source of such an injury that got infected could be.
Easily pick up without a need to roll that her eyes are red. She's very, very concerned and was presumably, you would guess she was probably in tears not too terribly long ago, before your arrival. And she goes and just kind of blinks her eyes quick as she seemed to be in some sort of a daze. I'm sorry, I should have told you more information. And she goes over and steps over to her mother on the bed and like pulls her nightgown to the side, and you can see on the side down along her stomach just jagged wound marks.
Oh,
Massive wound marks that how'd Zedri fare in that fight this morning? Zedri get hit at all in that fight?
Cedric did get hit. He got knocked down even.
Okay, when you got bit by this thing, did the rough size and shape is very reminiscent of the wound before you healed yourself. She's clearly been bitten by something, and Gela proceeds to convey to you that we've been short with numbers ever since the raid, and she decided that it was her turn to go out and do some gathering to gather up food stores, and didn't hear from her, and she didn't come back on time, and so Luthando went out looking for her, and she was still conscious, but she was in a real bad way. We were able to patch her up, sew up her wounds, which you can clearly see that there's been sutures that were put in. Some very good stitch work for a group that's claiming they need a healer and don't have healing capabilities. She got it, but it got her pretty severely before she got it. And Luthando brought her back. We were able to get her patched up, but she got better for a little bit, and then things started getting worse. I'd say 4 or 5 days since that she's been going downhill.
Do you know?
Looking at the wound, not only do you see these jagged teeth marks that go around, there is like radiating out from the wound is there's this blackish purple bruising all where all the bite marks are, but then there's these silvery blue veins that are like extending out, stretching out across her skin from every point of the wound.
Okay. Getting big Androcles vibes from this. Zedri is going to say, I'm so very sorry. Do you mind if I go ahead and use magics?
Do whatever you have to.
Perfect. Do the sutures seem to be made of like a thread?
Give me an investigation.
Okay.
We like to roll dice. We might as well roll them.
There it is.
Oof. Thread or maybe hair.
Okay. Then in that case, Zedri is going to conjure a flame, and he is going to carefully run it over the top to weaken the sutures to the point where hopefully they split.
Okay. It takes a little bit before you just start getting pop, pop, as each one is releasing and the skin pulls away a little bit, revealing a lot of. We won't get into gory details. Nobody wants
Right.
gory details of a wound. Very much infected. We'll put it that way.
Yes.
Zidri's looking for any fragments of Magarulvda's tooth, which he has a very precise knowledge of, especially based on the fact that Kiesel was toting around his trophy of a Magarulvda head.
Give me either a medicine or an
Right.
investigation.
Okay, I'll go ahead and do medicine.
19. As you poke and prod around trying to investigate this wound, the woman winces and gives just, low energy moans of pain as you're messing with the wound. But after a few moments, do find several bits of hard material that you gather is possibly tooth or bone fragments that are definitely foreign objects here.
Zedri will attempt to remove said foreign objects. And in order to do so, he is going to go ahead and first, he's thrown off kind of everything. I'm pretty sure the scarf that he had over his head probably got flung back after he was kind of pushed forward a bit. If not by Lonan, then maybe just by this woman who brought him inside. But he is going to rub his hands together and grasping the back of his palm, he's going to cast Enhance Ability on himself.
Okay.
Seeing as how this is probably going to take a very delicate hand, since this isn't just identification but action as well, he's going to go ahead and give himself Cat's Grace. So advantage on dex checks.
So give me a medicine dex check.
Okay. So medicine dex.
Ooh.
And then advantage from that.
Nice. 23. Go and pick through with your different utensils, tools that you have from your healer's kit. Go and one fragment after another. End up with 5 large fragments and conclude that you have gotten anything that would have any size, sufficient size to be causing this kind of infection. Clearly she's still under some pretty serious feverish conditions, but you've removed the source.
Okay.
Pretty confident. And I will say within your 23, you're also able to sew her back up when you're done with that without any trouble.
Perfect. Last thing that I will go ahead and do then is I'm going to go ahead and remove some of those needles. I'm going to go for places with like a high concentration of blood vessels, particularly around that area, and just slowly kind of insert them in. And Zedri is going to cast Greater Acupressure on her.
Ooh.
So she
That's a
is
good one.
going to get some health back as a result. Let me pull up what exactly that is. Cool. So she'll get 8 health, and then I can remove a poison or disease, neutralize a poison or remove a disease affecting her. Would it be able to lessen her fever?
Yeah. By the wording of that, you cast your spell as you're inserting these needles and then basically magically enhancing what they can do. Watch as the web of these silvery blue veins just like starts to retreat like it's going into these needles that you've placed, and like being sucked out of her body and back into these needles, and just quickly can just notice that the moans of pain and the wincing and stuff just like slowly subsides to where she's calm, and then she just gives you a, like, as the last of it seems to be drawn out, she just gives a subtle exhale and just seems to be resting peacefully.
Zedri will take kind of those coalesced magics that traveled up, and he'll kind of reach towards the end of all of the needles are kind of lined up in a row, and he'll kind of pull like this, almost like thin fiery thread, and he'll dissipate the spell, so that he can begin removing the needles. And just say,
Okay.
I think that should be good, but only time will tell. Visibly, the veining that's normally indicative of the Magarov that we actually just fought some this morning, funny enough, but that's going away. So I think that with enough time and rest, she should be feeling a lot better. But make sure, if she is truly hard-headed enough to go out by herself, that she doesn't do any extraneous activities for the next week at least.
She just like nods her head as you're telling her all these things, and she's waiting for you to finish putting your tools away, and then just immediately once your hands are free, she wraps you in this big hug that's like pulling you in the unfortunate position of where your head would be. You are like pulled in like a child pulled up in against a mother, because you were just that foot and a half shorter, as she pulls you in, and just like this, the strongest, most comforting hug you have had in years. Honestly, not to get too deep into Zedri with this, but it's very comforting.
Yeah. Zedri has his hands, like, he's kind of like hugged, and he has his hands up, and he says, my hands aren't exactly sterile right now. And then he'll kind of like pull his head out, because he's probably being suffocated by this hug, and just say, forget it. And he'll just go ahead and embrace back. His hands probably don't even reach like all the way to the back. Maybe like the tips of his fingers are super close to one another. But I
No, you can reach around her. She's,
okay,
because
cool.
she's the smaller of the giants, that the only 7.5 foot tall.
Okay.
So,
Mhm.
and as you know, you're both leaning into this hug, you feel just a drop of liquid hit the top of your head. As she's just clearly pick up that she's just crying as she's holding onto you.
Oh, there's no reason to cry. It's perfectly fine. I do just want to sustain. We have to make sure that everything truly has been going through. If you don't mind, I would actually love to stay overnight. Do you happen to have a place where me and my 6 companions can go ahead and stay for the evening?
Oh, she goes and pulls away from the hug with the one arm. She's still holding you in with the other one, as she goes and wipes tears away. Yeah, that's we have it'd probably be best if it's okay. I mean, you could stay here in the lodge out in the great room. Otherwise, I mean, there's several vacant houses that I suppose you could take up residence in. You're more than welcome. Stay as long as you want. Friends of the clan. And she just goes and pulls back in for the hug again with both arms.
I very much appreciate it. As he shoved back in. But yeah, he will try to wrap up things so that he can go and announce to the group. But he still has
Speaking of the group,
hair on the back of his neck. He doesn't know what it was from.
as you're finishing up, picking up the, so obviously Salinas, if you're choosing to warg out there, have been viewing all of this going on, and creepy white eyes out there as he's viewing through your cat, but you're hiding behind Kiesel, so you got cover. You're good. You would have seen this whole exchange, and Zedri say as you're cleaning up and picking up the last of your utensils, would just notice a tail.
Andrew's gonna give a sigh that might be mistaken for a sigh of relief, but it is most definitely not.
But back out to everybody out in the great room as Salinas is spying on what's going on in there. What are the rest of you doing?
I would say that after kind of lingering near the fire for a little bit, she's not gonna get like super close to the woman with the baby, but she's gonna kind of like approach from a distance and just say to her in giant, I'm sorry for having to intrude on you and your people's hospitality. I'm sorry.
Hannah gives you a little bit of a quizzical look as you're speaking in giant to her. Before she responds, also in giant. You, where are you from?
Lonan's gonna open her mouth to answer, think about it, and say, I'm from Okaria. I'm from the Untendunk, if you know where that is. Far away.
Give me a deception or persuasion check, whatever you feel like you're doing, by making that answer. Since you had your hesitation there, you don't have to do it in the tower because we're not going against other players. So,
Do persuasion. These. Hey, rolled well.
why are you here?
My friend over there, and she'll kind of motion with her head towards Yoverdir. He's part of the Snodeskal. From Snodeskal. We're here to find out what's going on with his family.
She gives just like a really subtle nod, almost like a cautious nod, slow. So he's Clan Solver?
Is that correct?
I don't know if Lona knows that.
It's been.
You can roll a history check. You guys had a big, long journey together. It's possible that
Yeah.
Yoverdir would have passed that along.
Who am I?
Would that be something that I do know off the top of my head?
Yeah, it sounds familiar.
Lonan's just going to like give a nod. Yeah.
And the rest of them?
The rest of them, we're all friends, traveling companions.
Shh, shh. He shushes the child, who continues to just kind of like cry and talk.
I know how it is with a newborn.
She kind of recoils like very subtly, but then relaxes back. Seems to be somewhat warming up to you. Uh, I She seems to just be struggling with how to respond and what to say. Just, give me an insight.
All right. We're
This
gonna have.
whole. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say this whole conversation's in giant, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I was gonna say, even not kind of knowing what she's going for, Lonan is still gonna just give like a very respectful bow of her head and just repeat, "I just wanted to thank you for the hospitality and let you know if we can help with anything. We will do our best."
Hi. Your friend, is... My grandmother, is very ill. She, had an unfortunate incident, and, hopefully your friend can help her. Is he a good healer?
He is one of the best healers I've known.
We don't see a lot of folks like you around here. And you're an interesting group.
That's that's certainly a word for it sometimes. But we like helping people. And like I said, Zedri's an amazing healer.
All right, as Loden and Ina are having this little conversation off to the side, Selena's watching what went on behind the pelt. Zedri still behind the pelt at the moment. I believe that leaves us with four people unaccounted for.
Also aware Cybil was redeemed by
Oh, hey, yeah.
Platypus.
Well, that's an easy one. Sybil's just chilling by the fire. Alfred's also with her. They're sort of like sitting down on the ground, just comfortably enjoying the warmth. Taking most of the head wrappings off so you can see that they are now indeed a fire heart.
Aliona, Kiesel, Yofridir. Just chilling by the fire with Cybil.
Would any of this, like atmosphere setting, the solemn feeling inside here? Yoverdir wrote a letter to his sister, and I just want to know if any of that information will be relevant here that we could put forward.
Not really.
No, there doesn't.
It's more stuff that would relate to home than would be to this place. I mean, there's those suspicions of, which was based off the letter from Aliona, of the clan with the Esbjorn clan and everything, which everybody's seen the letter from Aliona, so you all know that stuff. But, let's see. Yofridir can do an investigation or an insight, I think, are probably the best things. How well does Yofridir's mind put together, like, what to draw placeliness and draw red yarn across the board?
Yes, no more single digits. I gotta turn on my lights. Hold on, this is a great celebration for Jeff as well.
Yeah, so I'll even use the empathic connection parts of it, that basically picking up everything that Yofridir's picked up from the solemn nature of everything that's going on, the absence of people, that there are very few people, far less people than he recalls they're living here, combined with what Lake told you back when you were in the tavern, in the Blue Dawn Tavern inside Riyab, about Snodeskal being empty, connections being drawn, but in Jofridir's mind, he would still not be sold that it's Isbjorn because it just doesn't make sense. And Alyona would be in that same camp as being, everything she's ever been told. Isbjorn almost got wiped off the map by Jofridir when he went there during downtime in between the Dreamer's Tavern and Book One. So they should not have enough people to be able to mount the kind of raid it would take to sack 2 towns.
Okay.
So part of his brain would be going, but what about the dragon? Dragons can wreak a lot of damage. Dragons could do it. But he doesn't really have any evidence one way or the other.
Yeah, none of the buildings looked super messed up like a dragon attack. Yeah, okay.
Very minimal damage to the structures outside. Walls are all still intact. You didn't see any real damage to structures. That being said, based off the timing of things and knowing how long it takes for a letter to get between Torslund and Sixbells, Alyona wrote that letter like 8 weeks ago, approximately, a little bit longer. So a lot of stuff can change in 8 weeks. But yeah, definitely you haven't seen any signs of there being any damage out there.
Gilfridir will just kind of lean into Alyona. I have concern about this, but I can't quite place my finger on what could have caused such a thinning to an even already thinner clan.
You think it has anything to do with what happened to your home?
I don't know. Maybe that's one of the things that makes me a little nervous.
It is.
But I'm not too sure.
Do you have any theories? I know you don't. You haven't seemed too worried so far about what's going on in Snodeskal, but how are you feeling?
Just think it's all strange. I wouldn't call it fear.
Well, could be a perfectly reasonable explanation but with the Snodeskal being empty, this place thinning, I can't help but think it might be connected.
And let's hope we get to the bottom of this soon.
We will.
So many questions.
Sure, wrapping up this conversation, and Lonen's having her little conversation with Ina, and Alfred and Cybil are chilling by the fire. Alfred getting a little bit more comfortable, decloaking, and presumably Kiesel just chilling.
Kiesel is warming himself by the fire. He is taking off his Lonen crafted specialty hat and his like bandana covering his face. Whatever facial hair's growing in, which by the way, Kiesel would have had a small beard grow in at this point. He would probably just be trying to get all the ice and snow and everything off it.
But you have a nice wet drippy beard at this point.
Yeah, great. You gotta like wring out the mustache hairs in it too. Oh, pain in the ass, man.
Silver question.
Yeah.
Sitting here by the fire, would Alfred be able to like hear any bits of the conversation beyond the pelt that's like separating the 2 rooms?
Give me a perception check. It's gonna be a tough one, but
Not persuasion.
17. Every once in a while, you hear a few words here and there, but not enough to put together anything intelligible as to what exactly is going on. Honestly, the difficult part is not so much the distance or where they're located, it's this kid keeps on crying and is just basically just it's almost like the white noise machine at the doctor's office is this baby is providing cover to protect HIPAA back behind the pelt.
Just close the door.
About this time, as you guys are all taking this in, getting warmed, getting comfortable by the fire, having these little conversations, Zedri and Gela will step back through the pelt, coming back to the other side of the room, and roughly about the same time, the front door pops open, and the gatekeeper steps through. Luthando steps through and looks just complete look of anger on his face, and seeing Zedri and Gela step out from behind this pelt just goes storming straight towards Zedri and Gela's position, storming across the room, just on a mission that he is heading over to stop whatever is going on back there. Does anybody do anything?
I mean, so you're saying at this time, Zedri and Gela are kind of emerging?
Yes, as they're stepping out, pulling the pelt to the side and stepping out back into the main room, Luthando stepping in and seeing them come from back there is just storming across the room as fast as he can.
Does he look hostile, or is he more concerned?
He looks mad. He looks seriously mad.
Are his hands like bald? Like, does he got bald fist? Bold fist?
What's? Give me a perception. As I let another cat out.
Oh, pretty good.
Nice,
Dude,
nice.
it's man. I was gonna say Jeff's orange dice have been paying me off. No,
Yeah.
not for Kiesel, bro. He's worried about his beard.
In any case,
7.
Alfred's on his
Yeah.
feet.
Don't notice it as he's going past everybody. You don't. Kiesel doesn't catch sight, but Yofri definitely catches sight that there's just like angry fists going on. He's just like clenching his fists as hard as he can.
Yeah, Jofredir is definitely going to try to maneuver in the way between Zedri, the tall lady, and the angry, even taller guy. No weapon drawn, just like with his hands up.
Okay.
Sleeves is going to like prepare. He's basically like gonna hold an action. And if he starts like bawling against and trying to hurt people, Salinas will react.
Zedri will stand in front of the pelt, I guess, as it's closing. So if Gela takes a step forward or something, that's fine. But he's going to try to stand since this seems to be the one way in.
Okay.
Now, and Alfred's on his feet.
Lonan, I would say you're probably in a position where your attention would be mostly focused on, because of your placement in the room, your back is to the door. You would be seeing Zedri and Gela step through the pelt, and then take a little bit, but with your crazy passive perception, you pick up on Luthando as he's going around the outside edge and see the fists as he's starting to make his way over. But Gela steps in. Zedri kind of just taking your lead there. Gela just takes a step in front of you and like puts half her body in front of yours, like as if in some sort of protective stance to protect you, and just stares down. Those of you that Zedri can't see this, but the rest of you from the other side of the room see. She just stares the dead stare straight at Luthando, and he just slows and stops, and you watch the hands relax a little bit. Thondo, behave yourself. These are our new friends. Thank you, all of you. Without your arrival, my mother would certainly have perished. Clan Folkrock owes you a debt of gratitude. You are all welcome to stay here for the night on any time you need a place to stay. You will be considered friends of the clan. You will always have a place here. But I think a feast is in order, and best we celebrate our new friends. Ina, if you want to come with me, help me in the kitchens. Just prepare a nice meal for our new friends and welcome them to Skelettvile. Again, thank you, all of you. And she turns back to Zedri and is like, and especially thank you, a little bit softer tone. Yeah, she places a hand on your shoulder. You almost feel like she's gonna pull in for the hug again, but it just stays as just the hand on the shoulder for a moment.
Yeah, Zedri will just reply, I'm happy to help in whatever capacity we can. Thank you.
All right. She claps her hands and is like, Ina, and motions and starts heading off. So Ina and Lonan were off to the left of the area where the bed was and everything. She heads off to the right, and there seems to be like another chamber back there. All right. As Ina and Gela head off to prepare a meal. Is there left out front? You quickly see that after Luthondo is scolded and told to behave, he removes himself from the building and steps back outside. Presumably to keep watch. Maybe sulk. But, so yeah, you guys are left alone in the main room. What do you all want to do? Any conversations, since you have at least some privacy to this?
Alfred will walk up to Zedri. What happened? It seems like you did something amazing for them.
It's actually something that might need to happen with us. I didn't realize how exactly the Magarovda can deal with magic. And Zedri will just drop onto the ground, and he's like sat, and he's gonna pull out the kit again. He'll unfurl it, and from that little buttoned pouch, he's actually gonna shake it, and along with the needles, the foreign objects are also going to be in there. Preserving those. These are fragments, it looks like, from one of the Magarovda fangs. I think that these were causing some sort of disruption in the natural flow of the body. There were these blue and silvery veins that were coming out from the side of the impact wound, and although it was very dexterously sutured up, it caught an infection and sent her into a fever. Leader Hine, that was Gila's mother's name.
Okay.
Yofrir will nod. She's the elder of the settlement.
Oh, really? There was some other name that that Gela called her by, but I didn't exactly catch it. I was more so trying to catch the facts of the patient.
So, from my understanding, we need to make sure that we don't have any parts left on us. Any, like, fangs?
Claws or fangs. Any sort of, I guess, exterior wounds. I don't know if something as particular as fur from these wolves is going to cause the same issue, but she was very much in a bad way, and it happened 4 to 5 days after the initial wound. So I would love to nip it in the bud if possible.
Yeah, that's definitely something we should do. She immediately turns to Yofridir because he got mangled up. It's like
Yofridir is kind of
looking
taking...
at his wounds there.
Which one of the
Well,
19 wounds on Yofridir do you want
Yeah.
to address first?
Yeah.
So there was some sort of silvery effect on the wound. If you give me a moment, I could try and see if these bits of whatever they are have some sort of magic to them, and see if I could sense them in any of the wounds.
Right, that would be super helpful. And Zedri will hold up all of the fragments. It caused like a necrosis, but it was like an No, I don't know what the official term for that would be.
Well, you have me beat. And Slingers will reach into his bag and pull out a nice leather-bound notebook, and flip it open and start tracing a few words. And it'll take a few minutes, but his eyes will, for a bit, kind of glaze over again, white. It's kind of similar to when he was looking through his familiar, but this time it was actively glowing, like bright glowing eyes. And he's gonna kind of scan, not even really scanning the room, just mostly looking to see if these fragments of tooth or claw or bone or whatever Zitri found have any magic to them.
As you scan over these items, all seem to be just biological. Nothing flares as being magical at this point. One point of clarification for Zedri. So the 4 to 5 days is how long she's been in this condition, not it was 4 to 5 days after the injury that she developed the fever.
Hey, folks.
She's had the fever for 4 or 5 days.
Walk that back.
So didn't want everybody getting paranoid that we have to worry about in 4 or 5 days we're all going to start dropping dead.
It's not as bad as the wither stuff. Honestly, that was much more onset.
That was a little bit too fast.
Lona's gonna walk over and sit down next to Cybil, give her some head scratches, and say, I mean, y'all got pretty cleaned and healed up right after, so hopefully there shouldn't be any issues. It sounds like, despite the skills they had, that something got left behind.
I would love to blame it on the, with all due respect, archaic nature of the healing, but there's also a chance that the bits and foreign materials could have gone unnoticed. And I mean, I healed myself up, and Zedru will gesture towards his side, which very, very small, kind of like pock marks from the slashes and wounds that he had from before. About 4% of what the original injury was.
Well, it's not magic, unfortunately. Give much help there. Do I, just out of curiosity now, is there anything else magic in the room other than the 7 of us who are, or at least 6 of us who are probably glowing like like beacons?
No, as you glance around the room, yeah, it's only you and the things you brought with you that glow as being magical. You pick up a faint, very, very faint magical glow from the other side of the hide that Ina and Gela just went behind. But you would be well trained at this point in time in how to use your detect magic to know that that's probably just picking up the aether that's in every living being. That
Yeah.
Definitely not anything as strong as you casters or your magic items that you're wielding.
Yeah.
All right. Well, as you all sit around the fire and discuss whether bits and pieces may have been left behind by wolves, um, Ina and Gela both work at preparing a meal in the other room before eventually emerging with different things to set to the fire. That they bring out a large pot of some sort of a stew that gets set over the fire pit in front of you and then returned back to their work in there. You guys are all now faced with the what starts very faint, but as the heat starts to warm the cauldron that's hanging over the fire, you start to get more and more picking up the smells of what's inside. There's a pick up hints of onion, hints of some sort of stew meat, some pretty good, you can't quite place exactly what, but an amalgamation of different seasonings and spices that have been added to this. That it's a very pleasant aroma, very mouth-watering aroma compared to the rations that you've eaten up until this point. You do know that you have these lovely Magrovda meat that you're going to attempt to cook at some point in time, but you still haven't really had a good meal since Riob Lodge. That one quick meal that was hit and miss. The good cook wasn't on staff that day, so you got stuck with just what Nurin could provide. So it's a very mouth-watering aroma.
Who has the majority of the Magrovda meat? And
That'd have been Zedri.
yeah,
Dendry, yeah.
I think he saw it a close second, as usual.
I mean,
Mhm.
if we're
That's
worried
short.
about any of the, she's gonna kind of pause, bits and bobs stuck in our bodies, could we maybe see if that has any magical traces left? To see if any part of it could have caused a magical infection?
I'm starting to wonder if maybe it isn't necessarily magic in these wolves, but some sort of anti-magic?
I mean, they were referred to as magic eating, so they could be. It's gonna pause absorbing the ether from our bodies and corrupting it
Vented it against somebody?
against ourselves,
Like a disease.
like necrosis.
Arcane necrosis. I'm gonna try.
Arcane
You're
crosis?
doing great.
I
It could
think
just still be like a mundane poison.
I think saying necrotic, because that is a type of magic.
It is one that's not necessarily looked down greatly. And Zedri's just looking at his palm that's bandage wrapped right now.
Like, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty familiar with necrotic magic. Well, not super. As familiar I am with any other type of magic.
Cedric, do you mind if I borrow some of the bone fragments? I could take a look at them and see if they have anything like physically about them.
Sure. And I was honestly thinking, are Ina and Gela in here right with us?
No, they're back in the kitchen again.
Oh, I was actually thinking of asking them if we could maybe use some of their cooking tools in order to actually cook the meat. If nothing else, salt and preserve it.
Yeah, that would be great. We could get some good rations out of it.
Maybe leave some for them as well, so they
Have a
don't have
bit.
to put themselves in danger for a bit.
What is everyone's passive survival score?
How is
Sorry.
that?
I know that's not
calculated?
really a thing, but
So passive scores would be 10 plus that,
plus your modifier for that.
plus
Yeah.
the modifier.
Yeah.
So Lonen's would be
Oh.
20.
Mine would be 17.
11 with 20.
Or-
Wait,
Lonen's good at all wisdom
Ranger.
things.
nature?
Not
Wait.
all wisdom
You
things.
say survival?
Survival?
So Yofridir and Kieswold both have a 15. It's 10 plus the mod.
9?
All right. So anybody who has a 15 or above
Yay!
would know, not specifically on the rations, the meat that you took, but that hides don't keep unless there's something done to preserve them. Basically dry them out so they don't rot.
Pan
Get
them.
that brain them. Yeah.
That
let's
being
go.
said, you also are in very cold temperatures, so that is going to extend the shelf life, I guess, for those pelts. So if you're talking about doing something to preserve the meat and make it into rations and stuff, you may want to do something. Those of you that had the 15 or above would know that may need to do something with the pelts too if you're going to hold on to them for a long period of time.
I mean, we could probably start preserving everything tonight.
I mean,
Sorry.
would we do it here? I mean, they got a big fire, and I think it'd freeze outside. Definitely wouldn't 10.
We can ask them if what processes they use to initial kind of pick at the pelts that they're sitting on. I'm sure they have a process to how to make it work. We could ask.
As you're picking at the pelts and just kind of like observing what you've been sitting on and what's around you, it's like, first glance, here are this nice, pretty different colors and different animals and stuff that some of which you recognize, a lot of which are foreign to most of you other than the locals. But the one thing that's like uniform across all of them is they are all very perfectly cut and preserved and sewn up where necessary in order to make them much higher quality than, say, for instance, a few of the inns and taverns you've stayed in that have had hides and skins and stuff that they've probably purchased to put on the floor. This is better quality than what's being sold in most places. They know what they do and they do it well.
Be a bad idea to ask them over dinner if they can help. Maybe, like I said, leave some of the Magrovda meat with them so that as a thank you and as a gift.
So you'll take out his small notebook. By my account, we have 4 pelts of different qualities, as well as, and Zedru will just point at Kiesel, the
I admittedly would have been a little too overzealous last night, and I don't know if this flab of, well, I mean, it's just a skull really, but I don't know how well this would be made into a hat.
I mean, they do appear to have the materials here to tan hides. Did you all
will...
have a
Go ahead.
Did you all have a plan of what you were going to do with these pelts?
Yofridir will chime in. These people are known for their craftsmanship. They're very talented at making clothing for the cold weather. I mean, I would hate to ask too much of them right now.
I think that maybe what they need is to return to their craft to get their mind off of all of the negatives recently, though. I always find that artistry is really nice to get your head out of the things weighing you down.
I mean, I wouldn't mind engaging any of them in conversation about cloth work, so
Really shouldn't hurt to ask.
yeah.
Did that
After, go ahead. No, you got something. Go, Zedri.
did that one lady ever warm up to you? She was kind of giving eyes on the way in with the baby.
Oh, I was talking to her. She was nice, a little hesitant, but I think it was just weird for her to have a bunch of strangers walk in after something has happened. She was the granddaughter of the woman you healed, I believe. She mentioned.
Ina was her name. That's what
You know.
Gela said.
Mm-hmm.
Well, perhaps if we didn't have any other plans, we could sell the pelts here, or something of the sort.
Well, honestly, it might just be part of a gift as well. We don't really have a need for them.
Also that, yes.
Zedri, about how much meat did we get? Like, do we know how much we could probably make into rations?
I try to portion it out. Similar to something that I make my poultices in, albeit a little bit bigger. I'd say roundabouts 20, maybe a little bit less.
All right, as you all have your various conversations about what to do with the hides and all that lovely stuff, eventually, Ina and Gela return to the room. Before they get back, you pick up the smell of, let's see, everybody with everybody who wants to may roll an investigation as you're picking up the smell of food coming from the kitchen. I'm going to avoid a perception check because I never do that, so I'm gonna skip one this time. You all can smell it. It's not a matter of whether you can, it's whether you can place what you're smelling. Ooh, some nice rolls.
Oh, I didn't even say I rolled an 18 a piece.
Okay, so Aliona. You know what, Aliona, I'll let you roll that as an advantage. So if you want to roll again and see what you get, because you do have a little bit of kitchen skills going. So,
Yeah.
all right, everybody but Zedri.
If it's meat related, that's why.
No, not meat related, unfortunately for you. And it's not fish related either, so you're good there. Everybody else is able to place the smell of melted butter and fresh baked bread. Should Alfred have gotten advantage just because Dustin should have advantage? He smelled it anyway. It's all good. No. As they come out, they bring out several bowls. There's some dried fruit in a few of the bowls. There's a bunch, like a circle of bread roll or like dinner rolls. Comes out as a one big mass. That is, you can just see the little glossy texture on the top, that there's been butter melted over the top of it, and several very limited quantities, but there's some vegetables that maybe don't look the best, but it looks like that maybe why there's small quantities is that we're getting kind of short on stores in that department. But given the circumstances and where you're at and the small number of people here, you can all I don't want to make a check, but I kind of want to make a check because I like making checks. Everybody give me just a straight wisdom check. I'm sorry, Alfred.
It's okay. I forgive you.
You're gonna roll really high anyway, right? Prove me wrong.
Sure.
Ah.
Hey, 15. You did better than the last one, so.
Oof.
Oh wow, go figure Alfred to be the one to lead the wisdom check here.
I know.
Okay, so everybody but Lonan and Salinas easily put that together as being that this is a feast as far as these people are concerned. That this is the best that they can put out in front of you. Salinas and Lonan, it seems a little bit lacking.
I was gonna say that Lonan is thinking this is odd, but she can't place why it's odd.
You were close by being off by one, so we'll say
Yeah.
it's very minimally. It's like Salinas is like almost an insult. It's like, this is a feast. This is what you call a feast. Anyway, they set these things out. They offer to start filling bowls of the stew. They have these fairly nicely crafted wooden bowls that they hand out with wooden. Think of kind of more like a lunchroom tray type setup where you have the rim on the outside of everything. So it's plates, but they have the little rims. They're almost bordering on the definition of, are they a bowl or are they a plate? They're just shallow enough that they probably fall into plate. No utensils. Everything's just handed out as, here's the place to put your food, and then they offer to fill up everybody's food, and everybody's takes whatever they choose to take, and sit down for a nice meal around the fire pit with the members of Clan Folkrock in Skelettvile.
When Lonan is handed her plate, she's gonna give a bow of her head to Gela and just once again say, thank you for your hospitality in Giant. Because that seems to be warming them up to her.
Thank you for your friend saving my mother. You're very much welcome in our home, and very much welcome to what we can put together for you in this moment of celebration. All responded in Giant as well.
As the food is passed around, Yofredir will say in common, thank you for your generosity. He doesn't know Giant, so...
Which was an interesting call by him to not take Giant as one of his languages, with the elder of the village is a Giant.
Yeah, I look and I go, oh, okay, we're gonna do charades here, I guess.
Yeah.
No, she'll...
But,
You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
Does she seem skittish around Yofredir, or does she seem a little bit more like...
Yella's perfectly friendly with everybody.
Okay.
She's very friendly demeanor. She's never really been iffy with anybody. She just, was potentially a little rude in dragging Zedger away to begin with. But she's perfectly approachable, friendly, good-natured. Ina seems a little bit more warmed up at this point. She doesn't stay away from the group. She sits down. I mean, she takes a seat not directly next to anybody. The closest probably being a little bit closer to Lonan than anybody else.
As Aliona takes the plate, she'll Sephora's blessings. Just really trying to get the Sephora thing in, make sure I'm really cool with it.
She'll go and bow her head just a little bit towards you as you say that. It's it's a weird custom to you. It's not something you're used to with the Church of Sephora in Riyadh. It's kind of weird but she like blows on your face.
What?
Aliona will like try not to seem weirded up by this, like considering whether she should blow back into her face. She decides not to.
Fair. She doesn't seem to react negatively to you not
Well, actually, can I
not giving
roll
her
something to
blowback.
see-
So
Yeah. Can I see if that's something that Aliona would maybe know about
Sure.
worship of Sephora and other cultures?
give a history with advantage,
History?
or actually religion with advantage on that one.
I'm not as good at that, but it's all right. I'm not rolling
Nice.
today.
Oh no.
Now that I mean, this tribe doesn't go over the river, so
Yeah.
not knowing this one's not surprising.
Okay.
Just
Then she will
strange.
not blow back.
Sidri is gonna raise his hand while we're eating, just to kind of like politely try to get their attention and say, I do need to know, the stitches that were on your mother were extremely well done. Did you do those yourself, or do we have you to thank? And Sidri will look over towards Gela and then Ina.
Gala will give a smile as if she got like flattered that you maybe are suggesting she did it, but then she'll immediately look over to Ina and say, no, that was my niece Ina's handiwork. She's not necessarily the most dexterous of our limited group, but she's got a little bit gentler touch than Luthando.
So
Is Lathondo with us?
No,
Like eating with us? He's not in the room or
Nope.
anything? Okay.
Okay.
At the mention of Lathondo, then Anna will ask, is he alright? He seemed a little upset earlier.
he'll be fine. He's, I suppose, best way to put it is, he's had a hard time this past month or so, ever since the raid.
The
Kind
raid.
of holds him. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't talk about the raid. Sorry, everything kind of went by with a flash.
That's understandable.
Yes, it was a group came, raided. Oh, about the middle, late part of Dunkmon. We had many more in our number before then. Sadly, five of our 5 members of our clan fell in the fighting, and very many more were taken.
Yeah.
Don't know what their fate has been. We've been in. Luthando wanted to go track them down afterwards. He and Ina were out scouting, weren't home when this all happened. Came back to find the aftermath, and he blames himself a little bit that he thinks he might have been able to help stop it if he'd been here. He really wanted to go pursue, try and save whoever was taken, but we unfortunately had to convince him to stay here and help us protect what's left of us. She's a lively one. Ina has her responsibilities with her daughter, um, and not really fit to go traveling off across the expanse, tracking down the raiders that came. But
Did they have a name?
she looks over to Yofridir, him being identified as being the Clan Solver member. They were part of the Ice Bears, Ispion.
Hmm.
So, I didn't get
Are
a
you
very good
sure?
look before we had to take shelter. There was something off. I mean, they had their they had their shields, the shields with the mountain and the river. That was very distinct. We recognized the shields, but something was definitely different. Um, we'd heard about the raid over on your village, looking directly at Yofridir.
We were told it's a ghost town now. I thought Clan Isbjorn wasn't strong enough to muster up such an attack.
Well, that's what we were told, is that you and yours had basically wiped them off the map, but
Last I remember.
they definitely had the numbers. We were 33 before that day. Now we were 5. If not for... And she kind of just puts her head down, shakes her head a little bit. We were fortunate. My mother tried to enter the battle, help defend the village. I convinced her that I needed her to help me and Nina's daughter find safety. We hid under the kitchens and the cold storage for hours before Luthando found us. I'm sure that if we had attempted to fight back, we would have either perished or whatever fate has befallen the rest of our clan. Ina's mother fell that day, was one of the 5. We don't know what happened to Ina's husband. And so many others.
Would it be known? Actually, hold on. Let me check something.
Is that why Luthando seemed so upset that we were here?
He's very protective of all of us. I mean, we asked him to be. We asked him to help protect us here. We shouldn't be surprised. He's not very open to strangers. My guess is the only reason you got through the gates is because Clan Silver and Clan Folkrock have always maintained a good relationship, always treated each other well, maintained good trade. We're not quite as violent. She gives a little laugh, as you might be, but we know that we're all fairly good people at heart.
Fairly good craftsman as well.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. We do well. Good training. There's not many left of the craftsmen in the clan. Ina's probably the most talented at this point. My mother can hold her own, obviously, when she's in better health, but she'll give just a quick glance over to Zedri with a smile.
And
crafts is it that y'all do? And she's gonna more look at Ina when asking the question.
Well, I suppose you saw my father's cloak when you came in. Um, it, Mostly that's what we do. Cold weather clothing. Take the hides. Um, Calm pro cloaks. It's kind of just a fun little sales point, I suppose. Give them a little bit of a name. They're not magical or anything like that, but better than, I mean, no offense to any of you, but better than anything you're wearing. As to protecting against the elements. I like to pride ourselves on being it's the best cold weather clothing you can find in at least this part of the land.
Gonna brighten up a little bit at kind of the discussion of sewing, essentially. I know I mean I've never made anything for cold weather, but I do knit mostly. His scarf and can do a little bit of sewing.
I mean, I could show you some of the ones we've made in the past. If you'd like to see some of the handiwork.
I would be honored.
So you had mentioned earlier that he and his husband, he wasn't gone, but he's not here. He's missing.
We didn't. I mean, they left behind the dead. The five. Presumably, everybody that they took. I mean, I suppose they could have carried off bodies, but I mean, I'm sorry. I don't believe we've actually done introductions beyond Zedri here.
Oh, I'm very sorry. My name is Alfred A. Yates. I'm from Eagle Fall.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with Eagle Fall, but nice to meet you, Alfred.
A pleasure as well.
More from Central Icaria.
Oh, I don't know Okaria necessarily, but a pleasure to meet you as well.
Far south, and I live underground.
That sounds dark.
Yeah.
I had wondered. Sorry, there's a few clans of vampires here. Thought maybe you might belong to them. Kind of glad you don't. They're not necessarily the nicest ones to run into. Um, not meaning anything towards vampires, just those clans. Nice to know you're one of the good ones.
Gonna try to give a very strange smile at that and just say, thank you.
Well, I'm sure you know Riyab. I'm from there, Aliona, Norin daughter.
Oh, I guess another local. Um, haven't ever been there myself, but mother told me stories. Not the nicest place, but I'm sure it's teach their own. Kind of like
We make do.
Yeah. I don't care much for cities, so
Each their own.
looking over to Kiesel, Jofridir, and Salinas.
Oh, Kiesel. Well, no, actually, Jofridir would introduce himself quickly after that as Jofridir Torstensen of Snodeskal. He would introduce his full legal government name.
There wasn't a middle initial in there, but it's almost as good as Alpha.
Yeah, no, he doesn't have a middle name. It's of the enemies he
Fair.
slays. Yeah.
Jofridir. All right. Nice to meet you. And
I'm Salinas. Sorry. It's a pleasure.
I'm Kiesel. From the other side of the ocean.
oh, I didn't know anybody's ever traveled to the other side of the ocean. It's like, do you know a lot of people have been across the wild seas?
Few. It's past the lake or river.
She just kind of gives a confused look for a moment and then just moves on. Yes, so, Jofridir, I
Jofridir.
believe... I'm sorry, there was a lot of names to take in, and I've just kind of lost my train of thought for a moment. I'm sure it'll come to me in a moment.
Insight check.
Sure.
No one just brain farts like that, bro. That's suspicious.
Other than the DM in that exact moment. Yeah, she doesn't. She lost her train of thought.
It happens to the best of us. Is it common knowledge that these Magrovdas are used in raiding parties? I thought they were just part of the untapped wild. Unless I missed something.
You missed something.
I did miss something.
Yeah. Nobody said anything about the Magrovdas being used as part
No,
of the raiding parties.
The Magrovdas, she had went out to try to get food and supplies, and she was attacked.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
and
thought
that
she
was
attacked by
within the
raid.
last week versus the raid was a month and a half ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Never mind. I was conflating two about things.
Is Ina's baby crying really, really bad? Like she's having trouble taking care of her? Or is it just
No.
Just
constantly fidgeting and not wanting to be bundled up and kept contained. Give me a perception or investigation.
How big is the baby?
I was gonna ask that
Yeah,
too.
you can do the same perception or investigation because that's what I'm having him roll for. So,
Oh, cool.
of course, Lonan goes perception.
I cannot roll tonight.
To be fair, my investigation isn't bad. It's just not as high as my perception.
Fair. All right, so the 22 and the 21.
Never mind. I'm not in this.
Don't know a lot about giants, either one of you. Just because that's not really races that you deal with, Zedri and Lonan. That being said, just based off of the size of the ones that you have met and how tall they are and how big they are, rough approximation that this child is probably pushing year old. So being still swaddled up and kept up close to her chest is probably not its preferable position to be in. It's a very big baby. Not quite as big as like a halfling or anything like that, but it's a pretty good sized baby.
gosh, hiding as a giant's baby. Oh goodness, what antics.
Imagining this baby is probably about the same size as Lonan's 4-year-old niece.
Same size as my 5-year-old sister, yeah.
Yeah, we're on the same wavelength.
Zedri is going to say, I did have a question for you. I was wondering, if it would be possible to see maybe what spices you have in stock. I have some herbs myself, and I was more than willing to go ahead and give you some. There are even some that I know that can be very soothing teas, and Zedru will look specifically at Ina's baby.
Oh, well, suppose, my aunt could probably help you with that. And she looks at Loden and is like, did you want to go see the cloaks?
Eleanor will kind of give a small nod. Yeah, I would love to.
Is both Ina and Gallup, are they both going?
Well, they're both being
Going
asked to
out.
go elsewhere, but they haven't walked away at this point.
Okay. Oh, you said that there were just the 5 of you left. No, would be the 5th.
Well, they're B and
Luthendo. The baby.
Luthando and Ina and
Luthando.
my mother, Yene.
Yes, your mother. Yes, your mother. Yes.
I don't think it's probably best she rests at this point. I'm sure she'd love to meet all of you. She's always been a very gracious hostess.
Well, here's hoping she will make a full recovery.
She kind of gets a little concerned look for a second. And it's like, yeah. I'm sure.
Sure, she will. But
yeah, she looked good. I'm sorry. Should I be concerned that she's likely to relapse into that? She's now suddenly just all a little bit flustered.
No. There's. My apologies. Just well wishing.
Oh,
Lonan is gonna say once again in giant. It's a turn of phrase where he's from.
she'll just kind of smile and nod, and she's got a hand over her heart, just relaxing.
Oh.
Yeah. Spices. Yeah. What spices? So she'll head off. You could do your little spice exchange. If there's any private conversations that are going to be had as you kind of separate away from the group, same thing with Ina and Loden. May do so. But otherwise, we'll you have your little exchanges, get shown these items, and come back.
Is it?
Oh,
you go, Conrad.
No. Go ahead. I don't want to interrupt this.
There's only 2 things that I want to happen. One, is it reasonable for me to have something like anise in my pouch, my herbalism kit?
Man, you're making me go look up herbs.
Anise is the little
Damn.
star.
Yeah, let's star
I
anise.
know what star
Yeah.
anise is.
Listen, I'm just checking.
What time of day and the position of the sun are we in right
I
now?
didn't ask the
And
height
what
of
would
the
be my
ceiling.
herbalism kit?
We're in the evening. It's evening.
Yeah, you have a feast in the evening.
You could have had a
Okay,
big
what is
one.
the source of your spice collection?
What is the source of my? Well, I'm asking for her spices for a different reason, but I'm wondering if I have star anise in my
Yeah, I know.
herbalism kit.
But what is the source of your spice collection? Where did you get your spice collection from?
Oh, it's just in a
Seized.
base herbalism kit.
Okay. So I would say your base herbalism kit is probably going to either be based out of what was available in 6 spells versus or what was available in Ashbane, depending on when you got your herbalism kit.
Mm-hmm. I believe I pulled it in Ashmane.
Okay. If it's from Ashmane, probably would not.
Okay. That's fine.
Star Anise would be more common to Southern Avaria, Southern Rakul. So I had to go look it up. I had to go see what kind of climate and
Just
territory
checking.
it grows in.
So secondarily, Zidri will bring up the idea of anise as a possibility for a tea, but secondarily, he wants to use the spice exchange conversation to bring up the rations and ask if Gela could teach him how to cook the things. And I would like to pull from working with Cade, the ship's cook, so long ago, because I actually made a connection with him and I worked with him in the kitchen. If I could use a little bit of that as leverage for cooking.
Okay. This is probably something we really haven't addressed before, but we'll say that if you continue with this, we're working towards you having proficiency in cook's utensils. So I would say you probably aren't going to have enough time to train with her to like fully get that proficiency yet. But I'd say we're probably between the two, half proficiency.
I'm good with that, especially because I'm okay with her leading the charge on the cooking. I want to get the rations cooked so that we can properly distribute between ourselves and then the clan.
Yeah, you get the distinct sense from talking to Gela that she'll do anything you want her to do, within reason.
I'm no bard, no worries.
Yeah, so anything that you make any sort of simple request, she's going to basically, she's just like immediately like, oh, certainly, you know, happy to do anything to repay the favor of healing her mother. And I will correct, so anise and star anise are 2 different herbs, just for clarification. And star anise would be even rarer. Because star anise is actually native to Vietnam, so it's, you got to get to jungle terrain, and there's only one place in the known world of Winternock that has jungle terrain. And it's not a pleasant place.
Yeah, I'm looking for anise. I think, yeah, that might have been
Anise you would be able to have a better chance of finding, but it still wouldn't be
like
something that you would have.
Yeah, that's fair. Like a licorice almost, though. Yeah. So.
Oh, that's a whole third one.
Hey, no, it's under the same. It's under the same umbrella.
They are very similar.
It's like fennel, licorice, tarragon, like all those. So.
I didn't know tonight we're getting a botany lesson.
Hey.
And Dr. Zedri earlier. Yeah. So
my hyperfixations, it's fine. It's fine. We did actually. I did start tanning about
I would say
yesterday.
yes, you would have licorice. The not the candy, obviously.
Licorice root.
Yeah.
No. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well, I'm popping it out, and I'm gonna say that it should help a little bit, just to maybe like mix it with some sort of like milk or something, like a cream-based like liquid. It should have a really nice kind of soothing effect for the baby. Should she want to go that route, because it's her niece is Ina.
We're getting into a lot of the flora now as opposed to the fauna.
I'm not that kind of druid, but sometimes I am. What kind of tree is that? I don't know, but let me tell you about these small seeds.
While they're out doing that,
Thanks for the follow, Solid.
Oh, hi. While they're out doing that, could I try to go out and find Lithondo?
Sure. Okay, so we have the little conversation going on in the kitchen. We've kind of covered what's going on there. Lonan gets showed the cloaks. You get to see them up close and see the just intricate stitch work and carefully cut pelts that are cut to make these shapes to look like feathers on the ends, and then just layered on top of each other at a little bit higher and a little bit higher. Despite being black and drab in color, the intricate detail, which you, having your skills with Weaver's tools, have an appreciation for it, that not everybody would see it as being beautiful. You would definitely have the appreciation for just the skill that would go into it. You could appreciate the artwork of it, even if it's not flashy and pretty like a, you know, cloak of many fashions that some people like to sport. Although he could probably make his cloak of many fashions look like one of these if he wanted to.
Lonan will just like ask some questions about like technique and just kind of have that little conversation going. And probably when they're kind of finishing up with that conversation, she'll ask, I'm sorry if I may ask, but what's your daughter's name?
Knew that would come up at some point in time. And that's... Oh, man, where's my document? There we go. Delefa.
Delefa. That's a beautiful name.
Thank you. Father, picked it. You said you're, investigating things with Snodeskal.
We are. Yes, we're heading that way. But I think I know where you're going, and the answer is yes. If we're going to be dealing with these, I have a suspicion that the same group that caused their problems caused yours, and we will save any prisoners they have, and we will bring you answers if we can.
If you could, I mean, there's nothing that can bring my mother back, but if you could bring my husband back.
Lonan is gonna put a hand on her shoulder, which I'm sure, like, her shoulder is like eye level with Lonan.
Yeah, Ina's back up on the tall side, up over the 8 feet, so.
And she's gonna.
Yella's in the runt branch of the family.
We will do what we can to bring your loved ones back and help you find answers as to what's going on. I promise you we will do everything we can.
You get... Give me an insight.
Okay.
I always fight with that. It's like, you know, I want to roll dice. We want to roll dice, but the same. It's like I want to just give you information. So, okay, well, thanks. Make it easy for me. 25. Yeah, I can give you information.
Yeah.
You pick up on she's like on the edge of crying, but like she fights it back. Get definitely a strong vibe that while she's been like very defensive earlier on, and you kind of gotten her to lower her walls a little bit, she still ultimately strength is a very important virtue to her, clearly. And the couple mentions that have been made, putting together that Luthando outside is dad for her, is get the same impression of him, and kind of putting that all together as being that this definitely there's the kind Gela over here who's very heartfelt, and then there's the staunch protect our own branch.
Yeah.
That they're not necessarily opposing viewpoints or opposing ideals. They're just different ways of going about things in showing their love and protection of their family.
Kind of probably as they're having this moment, Lonan is going to give Ina's shoulder a squeeze once again, as much as she can.
You got that kind of reach. You're good.
Yeah. Before dropping her hand. I understand what you're going through, and I wouldn't wish it on anybody. We'll do our best.
I appreciate that. If I hate to ask anything else, but if I could ask one thing additional.
Go ahead.
Don't let my father go with you. He's going to fight to go with you once he knows what you're doing.
He's gonna take a deep breath. When what happened to my husband happened, my brother was the same way. He didn't want to let me go alone to try and find answers. And it was for the best, and I can't make any promises. I ain't the convincing one of the party, but I'll let the others know that his place is to protect you and this little one here.
She gives a smile. I I suppose we should probably get back to the others. Get the distinct impression rolling off your 25 from before. It's just like this is getting too emotional.
Yeah.
No, let's go back to the rest of the group.
Lonan is kind of just like, she uses her sleeve to kind of like wipe away a tear. Yeah, no. I'll see if I can show you my knitting supplies if you want. I don't have much with me right now, but
If there's anything you need, like I might have some additional tools around here that I can help you out with. Or if you need materials or anything, if you're heading to Snodeskal, there's not a lot out there. If you need anything, yeah, just let me know. Before you leave, do you need? I can get you set up with a place to stay. Clearly, getting this, and she's warming up to you significantly from where you were before.
Yeah, that's probably, we do need that. And Lonan's gonna look back over at the cloaks they were talking about. Those are really beautiful, and your people are very skilled being able to make those. Is there anything I could trade for one of them? Understand if not.
Just steps over to one of them and just picks it up and he's like, it's yours. No need to trade. You saved my grandmother, or your friend. You saved my grandmother.
Once again, give a bow of her head and say, thank you.
If it doesn't fit, I'm sure we got other ones. We try and trade them with the merchants when they come through, so I'm sure we got a whole lot of sizes. they're not all built that for our statures.
I completely understand. But I think let's go talk Sowen some more. I think Alyona knows a bit as well.
Sure.
And she's gonna kind of lead Ina back over to the group and sit next to Alyona.
Okay. All right. Before jumping over to Selena's heading outside to go track down Luthando, Alfred, Kaisel, Yofredir, Aliona, as these people are all separating and going off in different directions, do you guys all just stick around the fire? Or do you have conversations yourselves to carry out?
I will say one thing as I guess as Zedri's talking to Ella about cooking, she'll offer she's like, oh, Zedra, if you're wanting to learn, I can give you tips on the road.
Oh, I would very much appreciate that. Thank you.
Of course.
Did you want to help us out in the back?
I might as well. Zedri will go help with the Eliana will join Zedri to help with the
You want me to clear control of Zedri so Aliona can take control? We're gonna
yeah,
do some
I'm actually Zedri now. This is a
musical
Everyone just swap.
characters tonight.
We'll roll dice and everyone just plays a different character.
yeah.
Oh no.
Nice. Okay. Salinas. Stepping out front, back out into the cold. The bonfire out front is started to die down. It's not as roaring as it was before, but it's definitely still cooking along pretty good. Doesn't take you very long to find Luthando. He's watching over the top of the palisade wall, looking out across the plains, keeping watch, doing what you've gathered to be his responsibility, and something that he takes very seriously, clearly, as was been explained by Gela. He hears the door and, gives a glance back in your direction. Stern look on his face before he returns to his watch.
Good evening.
It ain't snowing, so I suppose good enough.
We take what small comforts we can.
Suppose, thanks for, helping Hine.
Well, thanks for letting us in.
We always kept good with Clan Silver. She said you got somebody from Snodeskal. Duty
We
says
do.
we help out. You be staying long?
Probably just the night, unless something else happens.
I got your mounts are all stabled. Got them fed. I'll get them saddled up for you in the morning.
Appreciate it. Gela told us about what happened. About the raid. And she said
Yeah.
that there was something strange about it.
That's what she says. She told you about the raid. She told you I wasn't here. I didn't. Things would have gone a lot differently if I'd been there.
I'm sure. I has there's something that's on my kind of on my mind about that. Because we heard that Snodeskal is in a very similar state as Skelettvile here. There's no one left. And
There
Gela
was,
said that
there was a merchant came through not too day or so ago. Said something like that. Figured he's trying to drum up some sympathy to give him better price, pay him better for his goods. You been there?
no, that's where we're heading.
Hmm.
And if we find no one there, I'm wondering. The ice bears aren't supposed to have numbers anymore. But they're supposed to be wiped out in a raid, not be able to attack in this size. And people are going missing.
Well, clearly
I know that
something happened that I don't mean to speak ill of your friend or clan Silver, but somebody's feeding a line of shit that they took them out. If they're still out here doing what they did to my village.
you weren't there. Did Gela mention anything about recognizing any of the people on the raid?
Not that she
Maybe
told me.
someone from Snodeskal?
Would be suggesting that Clan
That's the
Silver
people that
or were part of the
I'm
raid?
what I'm suggesting is that whoever is taking these people is using something to get them on their side.
Hmm.
Fighters don't come from nowhere. And where some people are going missing and more are appearing elsewhere, it's not hard to do the math.
You, some sort of shaman?
Of sorts.
I don't do too much with the, magic. Nobody around here does. Honestly, it's a good way to get yourself killed. Start tapping into that stuff and, mage hunters come for you. Stay away from it. They mostly stay away from you. Mostly, but I don't know anything about whatever magic-y hoo-ha you're talking about. Taking over people's minds or charming them or whatever. suggesting, but I suppose anything's possible. But as far as anybody from Snodeskal, if there was, Geller didn't mention it. Um, More than likely, ice bears came here. They probably came down the river somewhere. My best guess is they probably didn't come down near Riob. Too many eyes, too many people to throw up warnings. Probably came down the Inkarnate. Would have had to cross a lot of territory. Would have had to have gotten a lot of people either scared to not engage or hit a bunch of others on the way. But in any event, if they came down the Inkarnate, then they probably came past Snodeskal first. Not saying that if they, what that merchants and you are saying is true and village is empty. May have been. They hit there. Could have hit there on the way through. Could have hit there on the way back. Hard to say. There's definitely no love between the clans of the north and those icy pieces of shit from the south.
Well,
If you're going to
I think
Snodeskal,
we're
I'd like to go with you. Ina can handle things. Watching the town here. I've trained her well. She's a good fighter. Good eyes. You can keep watch, protect. Those folks got what they wanted. There isn't anything else for them to come back for. And I got business to settle.
I don't think it's a bad idea. I just want you to be prepared that you might be fighting your kinsmen.
Well, I prepare myself for that when I see it. Some crazy magical crap. I'm better off without that shit.
I mean, I've seen it.
I'm not saying it doesn't exist. Just saying we'd all be better off without it.
No, some days I think that you're right.
All right. Well, I suppose you all better get yourself some rest. You seem trustworthy enough. Mind keeping watch for a few minutes? Grab some grub.
Not at all. And if I don't want to intrude, but if you could ask Ella or Hina if they recognized anyone from the raid.
Yeah, I mean, I can ask. I'm pretty sure they would have mentioned it up to this point. The only thing they said they recognized. I mean, Ina wasn't there either. She was with me. But Hine and Gela never said anything about recognizing anything other than the Bani Spion. Their sigil on their shields, their colors. She said something about something being strange, but not that she recognized things, more that things were different, odd.
Yes.
I suppose the oddest thing. I don't know if it was the fear, whether she really got a good look, whether she really knows what she heard. Just claimed they had magic users amongst them. That's not, the clans don't truck with that. It's always been against the code. I mean, if there's anybody that's gonna break the code, it'd be those shits. But I mean, beyond that, where would they get mages?
I think if we find that out, we might be well on our way to solving this mystery.
Well, I suppose we'll find out what we find out once we get to Snodeskal. But yeah, mostly keep watch along the south. In the open plains are kept that way to make sure we get a good eye on anything that comes in. It 5 minutes. Grab some food. I'll talk to Yella before I take my last watch for the night.
We'll be here.
He gives a no smile, but just head nod of acceptance as he heads back into the place to go grab some food.
As he leaves, Salinas will summon Galfrank to help him keep watch. Another set of eyes.
Okay. All right. Galfrank perched atop the nice palisade wall in between two points.
Yeah.
All right. I think back inside, Alfred, Jofredir, Kiesel, anything going on while these people are all separated?
Not while they're separated, but when Gela comes back, Alfred would want to catch her to ask for some, like, or just in general, just 1 second.
Okay. Well, I'd say that group is probably the first one to come back because I believe Leonin was steering Ina towards Aliona, so we need to get Aliona back from the kitchens before then. Kiesel and Jofredir?
I don't know. I think Kiesel would more than likely just be hanging around, picking up any actual kind of casual conversation. I think Jofredir would follow Alfred when he starts to move.
Okay.
But
Just
Kiesel just
sitting
keeping
around
it
the
cool.
fire, rekindling the bromance.
Exactly. Silent. No words. Only feelings.
All right. Okay. With Aliona added to the mix in the kitchen, is there anything else you guys want to do with that with Gela?
Cedric definitely wants to watch Aliona kind of at work, see, like, yeah, even minute details, like, is she left or right-handed?
She's a lefty.
Oh, the bigger thing is, does she need to roll a deception or persuasion check to convince you that that's the hand she usually uses?
I'm not left-handed.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, watching her, she's very comfortable in the kitchen. You can tell that she's I mean, she's been kind of gathered. She's been working at the lodge since she was old enough to, so she probably have been you imagine she'd probably have been the cook basically for them. So she's been cooking for a long time.
Since she was old enough to hold a spoon.
Oh
Yep.
my gosh. She was stirring with it.
Hey,
They
that
gave
was
her a
rough.
knife.
Yeah, Zedru will kind of like not only try to learn a little bit, but get lost in just the ease with which Aliona's kind of going at it, and the fact that Jella's so kind about just helping us out with everything. And yeah, I think he's a little thankful in the moment, but then he'll get back to it, pull up his non-existent sleeves, and get back into cooking with them. Since it is meat, so it's not his fave, but he'll definitely do it for the sake of the party. He will ask Aliona though, hey, do you have any idea on how exactly we should split this? Seems like there's about 18 portions. How many should we give this clan?
Well, we stocked up before we left, so it's not like we need them for the journey. I don't know. They've been very gracious to us, so perhaps we should be generous back to them.
I was thinking the same thing. What do you say we take maybe 3 with us, but the other 15 can go back to Clan Folkrack?
Maybe one for each of us.
Oh,
And then
that's better counting. I can make berries, and that's kind of sustainable living, but at the same time, I don't think that anybody except Yofridia is really fond of my good berries.
I mean, if you want some advice on how to zhuzh them up, I quite familiar with Yofridir's tastes, so.
Oh, that would honestly be perfect. If you give me a flavor profile, I could definitely work towards that. And Zidru will kind of like think about it, because when he conjures these berries, there's not much difference. But yeah, I'll kind of try to get Yofridir's tastes from Aliona then. See if he can brew something up.
Yeah.
Okay, Aliona, give me a cook's tools check. I did add it onto your skills, so you should be able to just drag
Nice.
it. And
there they are.
Zedri, give me just a straight wisdom check since you don't have the proficiency. Can you pick up what she's putting out? Ooh, she brought her A game here.
Okay, I am gonna use
Ooh.
my other favor because I used my brewer flavor. So when we're in the kitchen, I'm gonna go ahead and turn up the heat with them furnaces favor. So let me first of all get the correct skill, and then I do.
Whoa.
Trying to keep up.
Good.
Nice.
Doing pretty solid. I mean, just a little bit missing a few little nuances, but otherwise picking up most of everything she's putting down with her ability to prepare these rations into a more stable, salvageable, or long-term sustainable position. Despite your lack of care for meat. At least it's not fish, right?
Say it again. Say it again for the people in the back.
Okay, as you guys are doing this little cooking experiment, and Lonan finishes up her conversation with Ina and like turns to go like lead her over to Aliona, and it's like she's gone. No sign of her, but you can hear a few conversations going on in the other part of the lodge, and gather that you're pretty sure with your passive perception, you've located her voice in the other part of the lodge, and find. If you go over in that direction, go over to the kitchens, you find Zedri, Aliona, and Gela got a nice assembly line going, prepping all of this Magorvda meat.
Lonan, realizing that Alyona is in the middle of something else, is just gonna probably just like sit back down with Ina and just like talk sewing and maybe even start pulling out her like knitting needles and gonna start working on another little project.
All right. All right, you guys continue your little cooking experiment. Salinas keeps watch. Lathondo comes in for a little bit, grabs some food, doesn't really give much regard to anybody else.
Would he have passed by Kiesel since I'd have been hanging in that area?
Yeah, and have Yofrida roll me a perception check.
And actually, I know I said Gallup, but Alfred would probably want to seek out Ina and Lonin as they're sitting down with their sewing, their knitting.
All right, Yofrida notices just a quick side eye from Lathondo as he's walking in and grabbing food, and as he's like filling up a bowl to head back out, just kind of gives a suspicious look in Yofridir's direction before he takes his food and goes to try and walk back out. You can attempt to stop him if you want, Kiesel.
More inquisitive of a look, or more of like a dirty look?
Definitely a suspicious look. Salinas has gotten in his head.
As he's walking out, I guess Kiesel will catch him. Yofridir will notice that part passing by and maybe continue walking away, but Kiesel would probably say something like on the way out. We appreciate the hospitality. I know things are a little. I didn't mean to catch you off guard from your thoughts. Things have been quite difficult. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for the understanding. Your friend's watching the gate out here. I probably need to go relieve him. Unless you want to.
I mean, if it keeps you inside and warm, I mean, if it helps any, would that be helpful? You should take a load off. Yep. Yeah.
I'll be out there all night, so if I can get a little break now, I'll take it.
So Kiesel will walk outside and rendezvous with Salinas, maybe putting back on his winter clothes. Well, I told the big guy he could take a load off, so I'm out here now.
Oh. Well, all right. You guys get back out in the cold?
I mean, I want to be able to show gratitude. There's like 5 people who live here now. So, unfortunately. Did he give any sort of insight on, was it just, there was 100 of us and 95 were slaughtered and this is all that's left?
He wasn't there.
He's probably.
You definitely kicking himself about it.
Yeah, it's definitely feeling fucking awful. It's not his fault. I mean, maybe it could be. Maybe it was. Maybe this could have been prevented, but no one has the energy to be thinking about that.
He did tell me something interesting, though. Said to get here, the clan of Ice Bears would probably have to take the river. Kind of like gestures out to the field, the snowy wastes out in front of him. And he said they would have needed to either frighten all of the clans between their land and this, or defeat all of them along the way.
Wasn't this the same clan that Yofridir, when he came back from his downtime was decimating an entire population? Maybe they're very angry about that. But isn't that way of life out here? And what would make this special, interesting, different.
Easel.
I mean, I'm not saying anything too controversial.
Kiesel.
I hope.
No. What would you call it if a group, an army, moves through a land, conquering and kidnapping everyone in their path?
Conquering and killing? I mean, pirates? I mean, they do that on the sea. Raiders? I guess? I mean, like I said, that sounds very normal. Unless you're talking about... I wouldn't even call it cultish, because they need to have... we had the religion discussion a couple days ago about the cults and everything. I mean,
I'd call it an invasion.
An invasion. I would just be curious as to where they're getting this strength if they're supposed to be almost dead, unless they're serving some sort of greater master. Or they could just
Not
be
sure.
pissed the fuck off.
Yes, but what do you think would give them the numbers, the strength to conquer all of the clans between here and there,
Oh,
including Jofrdir's?
I mean, if we're just, shooting shit, then, necromancy, mass persuasion, a charming leader, maybe fealty to a dragon. I don't know. There could be multiple different things that could be going on. Necromancy, I mean, that's an easy cop out to me, at least. Using, either raising the dead to conquer this area. Probably a lot of unlocked graves to get more bang for your buck.
Gela didn't say anything about zombies or skeletons.
Quickly gonna interject that we have a Where Cybil request.
Again?
Ooh! Thanks, Solid 10.
Cybil is so the feast that we had included a variety of meats, correct?
There was the stew.
Stew? Okay.
Yeah.
So the stew would have a ham bone, right? You see what I'm getting at? Is there a bone for Cybil? Or is there a bone from the Magorba meat that we've processed?
That'd be up to you guys whether you guys kept a bone.
Well, how were we transporting this meat? Was it like a carcass, or did we cut meat off of?
We cut meat. We harvested it.
Okay.
Sloppy, jagged, something like that. But there were no bits. It was all like pelts and then meats.
Proper
right,
and portioned, I will say.
Yeah, in the Tupperware too.
Right. Not a butcher shop, but close enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, then Cybil's just hanging out by the fire. She's had a little bit of the scraps that you guys couldn't use, and she's just warm by the fire. Yeah, having a nice little nap.
Just apologies, Solid 10, for Nightbot decided to drop your message as being some sort of violation. I don't know how, but that was outside of my control and was not intended. So it looks like it was just an emote. So might have to tinker with Nightbot, make sure he cooperates, doesn't misbehave in the future.
Sometimes Nightbot has a mind of their own.
I currently
We do not agree with all of their decisions.
I should not trust AI that completely.
Nightbot comes out with a hammer.
Oh, that's probably what it is. Yep. All right. Speaking of Cybil and where Cybil's at, Alfred, you've had to be quiet for a long, long time. So Alfred's sitting down with Lonan and Ina by the fire, and Cybil.
And Sybil. Um, yeah, Alfred will find the two of them, and he'll sort of make his way to sit down next to them. Um, was it right? I'm Alfred again, by the way. Uh, I was wondering if I could ask a favor of you.
I suppose.
Um, I I don't think it's terribly much, but let me know if it is. You guys have some wonderful craftsmanship with these pieces, and I I was wondering if you had something in mind, or perhaps like a scrap of um material that I could use as uh, a necklace of sorts.
Give me a
I
persuasion check.
I want to use this necklace to attach to a pendant that I'm making. A persuasion. I will use my flasher.
like,
No,
but-
never.
What type of
I can't-
material? How
Um,
like what? I mean, what all do you need?
Right. Sorry. I'm not terribly set on any sort of material or anything. It needs to be durable, and I need to be able to
Yeah,
attach.
long.
Um, he'll look across the room. Yeah, about yay long.
Not that long. Not.
No.
And
Don't-
then
don't
also
worry
just
about me.
demonstrating that her wingspan is like way beyond yours. So when she yay long, it's like Alfred's length.
Well, a necklace of someone of perhaps not your size, but my size.
Oh, yeah. I think she goes and quickly heads back over to the area where her and Lonan had been talking earlier, and comes back with like a long, thin, maybe 1/8 inch to a 1/4 inch thick string of leather trimming off the edge of a hide.
Okay. Okay.
This work? I could see if I got anything else.
I think it would work. My only other thought would be if you had something. I know this is another thing to ask, but um, if there's anything more comfortable to wear, if there's anything that's perhaps softer or um, I don't know if it would dig into the skin.
Uh,
No. This is fine. Don't worry. I can make this work.
all right. Great. I'm glad that's going to work. And she goes back
Yeah.
to watching Lonan starting on her project and watching her handiwork.
Is there anything I can do for you or give you for this? Or, I mean, I really appreciate it. Alfred's just standing there with the cord in his hand.
Ah. No, I don't think that's necessary. You've been generous to me and my people. It's just a piece of cast off leather. I mean, it's not much.
Well, okay, I still appreciate it. And Alfred will plop down next to Sybil and start working on uh sort of shaping it into the pattern he desires.
Okay.
Alfred, I might be able to use some yarn to kind of help if you need it.
Okay. Yeah.
If you want to
If you
make
have
it so
any.
that it,
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, if you wanted to make it so it's more comfortable in the back of the neck, that's what you're going for.
Yeah, just something that's not so abrasive. If you have any suggestions. I mean, also like to give it a little flair. I'm not much of a creative.
She's gonna put down what she's started and is gonna open up her pack again. I got a few colors here. Was thinking I could maybe almost do like a weave around the leather cord.
Okay, so it still has the core of it is still strong, but it's a little softer on the outside.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that sounds great. Thank you for offering to help, even.
Of course. And she's gonna start pulling out the colors, and we can. It's gonna be. Want me to list out the colors, or do you want me to just text it to you?
Probably just text for brevity's sake.
Okay.
But
As
Alright.
they're talking, Yofir would have like kind of followed in with Alfred, and he kind of wants to pull her off to the side a little bit and kind of ask about if there's any like manual labor that needs to be done, repairs, the wall. I mean, even taking a watch.
Observing that her father is standing over in the corner eating his stew. And she goes, well, I suppose your friend stayed outside. My father came inside. If you want to help take watch, he could use the rest. Doesn't seem like he fought them too much on it. I assume they're okay outside.
They do like staring out into the wilderness. They don't mind staying up either. I mean, neither do I, but if that's what would help.
I mean, beyond that, there's not a whole lot that needs done around here. Just, enjoy yourself, rest, relax. Folks have a journey ahead of you. Potentially a longer journey than may have expected. If Snodeskal's in danger as well, and you have to start tracking these things. And she kind of just gives a look back towards Lonan, quick, and then just
It was said that
get your rest.
It was said that they were from beyond the river, or that they had came from that direction.
Yofridir would know. So that map that I just shared a second ago. The Isbjorn clan is from the Rovdirdalen, which is all the way at the bottom of that map. They are on the other side of the Dristigfell Mountains.
What the hell? Damn.
They went a long damn ways to get here.
Okay. Would there be anything?
The river comments and stuff, that's currently only known by Kiesel and Salinas outside.
Okay.
So, but Yofridir would know, okay, if you're going to get the Snodeskal, you're probably not going to traverse the hills in most cases, because the moors of this part of the region, so all those white hills, other than Sursback Hills are different because they're separated, but these ones that are all kind of interconnected, that is the largest clan controls those hills. So you don't cross them unless you're ready to not fare well, or if you're in allegiance with them, would be a possibility. but nobody deals with the Vinterloaf clan if they can avoid it. So the odds are, if somebody's coming down to Snodeskal, they're either going to come down one of the rivers and then out into the ocean and then attack from that point, which is not easy with Snodeskal. Snodeskal is not beachfront property, we'll put it that way. Most of this coast is cliffs. Jofrid knows Snodeskal's got some other things about it that make it so that they can still raid from it, but that wouldn't be something that could be accessible. So the likely targets to get to Skelettvile would be to come down the Urnelv or the Bruzenelv River. Bruzenelv, even though this is not something Jofrid knows from the conversation with Luthando, but he would know that you got to go right by Riob. So sending an army down that river and expecting nobody's going to ring any alarms would be very surprising. The Urnelv is far more secluded, but also requires crossing terrain. So there isn't a good way to do this. This is not an easy task. And they went a long damn ways if they came all the way from Bjornsflut.
That is some spite. That is some spite. Once we get to Snodeskal, if there's anybody left, we will surely ask them what they know. If not, then we'll find your people.
That
So
be appreciated. Looking at Jofrid, looking back at Lonan, looking back to Jofrid, kind of just like going back and forth a couple times. Just like, just kind of leans for Jofrid to move away, as far away from Luthando as possible. If you could make sure he doesn't tag along with you, it shouldn't be too much to convince you that he's not the most pleasant company. He's a good man, but
his place is here.
Exactly. But he wants vengeance. And from what I know of the few people from Clan Silver I've ever met, I sense you can understand that.
Indeed. Indeed.
It's getting late. I suppose everybody should get some sleeping arrangements worked out for everybody. Did you guys want to stay here in the lodge? Do you want to set up things in the vacant houses?
Wherever would be the least controversial, the least complicated.
I mean, the fire's already going here. There's plenty of room. If you guys have, I presume, you have gear for sleeping out in the wilds. That if you can roll that out here, and stay here around the fire together. I imagine my aunt will probably stay here with grandmother, but myself, I will retire back to my father's cabin with the baby. So
we do have sleeping arrangements, so sleeping here on the floor is nothing uncomfortable for us.
Great. That would. Oh, we can make sure you're woken at prime time to get back out on the road and yeah. She just puts a hand on Jofrid's shoulder as she's sitting, puts a hand up to Jofrid's shoulder, and then stands up to tower back over top of him. Put her back, power play, and it's like, don't let him go with you. as she
Yofridir
walks
just-
back towards the kitchens.
Just solemnly nods.
All right. Anybody has any last conversations before you guys make your arrangements for sleeping? I'll turn that over to you to have those conversations, as they will just like steadily over time retire to their chambers. You will eventually be left with to yourselves in the central area, with the knowledge that Gela and Hine are both sleeping in the back.
I will.
Luthondo
still-
will eventually reprieve you guys that are out there on watch too, by the way. Go ahead, Lonan.
I was gonna say that for Lonan making the wrap around the leather for Alfred, she would probably also be showing him how to do it, so he can kind of learn how to keep the project going, even if she goes to work on another project, and can kind of like give him pointers.
Alfred would definitely want to like be self-sufficient in this project.
Yeah.
Just show him like the basics, and then he'll go on his way.
Yeah, she'd like show him how to do the weave and stuff.
Okay.
Zidri, if they're crafting, Zidri just wants to walk by Alfred and ask if he can get some of the bone fragments back.
Yeah, no, here you go. Alfred will take them out of his like little pouch pocket and hand them over to Zedri.
Appreciate it. And then Zidri's going to go back into the room with Gel and Hine.
Okay. The rest of you? Don't all speak at once.
So getting late, Alina will come back in from the kitchen, and go back to Yofridir, give him a little kiss on the cheek, and like, well, it's getting, like, look around, it's getting late, uh, do we know if where we'll be staying for the night?
The fire is here, and to tell you the truth, I don't know how comfortable I'd be sleeping in other people's homes like that. Not unlike how we have with an inn before, but actual people's homes.
Yeah, I suppose would be weird. But, because she looks a little disappointed. Just like looking around at like the big group of people that she'll be sharing the night again with. And it's like, okay, well, so I guess it's been confirmed now that Clan Isbjorn is somehow a part of this. Does that make any sense to you at all?
Not really, but most things on our adventures and trips hardly ever make sense or hardly have to make any sense.
It's just if Isbjorn's working with a group big enough to kidnap a whole town, a whole city, or most of a clan, who could those people be?
DM, can I get flashbacks as Yofridir? Can Yofridir get flashbacks of the dream sequence, the tavern, all of that? I mean, to me, from my perspective from Yofridir, that would just be the only thing really flashing in my brain is almost those images of this ritual in the mountains, all of that kind of stuff leading towards what could possibly be going on here. As a player, that would be my only source of speculation. So,
Really, about the only thing that I would see as being a motive in Jofridir's mind, or why they would do this, why would they go to such effort, everything like that, would be it's vengeance back the other way. But explaining how they got to this situation of I was there, I saw what happened, how could they be here, how could they have this kind of power level, what could they put together, would be at a loss.
It just seems so big picture for this to just be like, oh, they got back at us.
To have gotten the power level that they would need to be able to get back based off of where their numbers were at when they raided. Unless there was hundreds of people out on patrol somewhere missing, like Luthando was.
Mm-hmm.
There's just not possible they could have the numbers to. Just looking at the scene that has been displayed to you for Skelettville, taking 20 plus prisoners takes a lot of manpower. Getting killing 5 people and being able to take 20 plus captives, what kind of force do you have to be showing that 20 plus captives all surrender and go?
Yeah.
Now there's also, you don't have this, and Jofridir would not be thinking in the vein of Salinas' theory.
Yeah.
I think that would be probably unlikely to be in Jofridir's vein, because that's not something that they don't deal with mages here. It's just you're magically inclined, you go off unless you're, magically inclined because of the divine, that you work for the divine as some sort of cleric. Most people that are magically inclined are set off to the Summoner's Academy and go get training to go do something elsewhere, because it's just, that's just how they've done things for
exactly. Yeah.
Centuries.
As far as what's going on, I can't help but think it's revenge for what we did to them, but given how quickly this has turned around, I don't know. But that's okay. I don't have to know everything that happens. I can't predict the future, as I haven't been able to. So I embrace whatever we find. We have to.
Yeah, I guess you'll have to deal with whatever outcome has happened, but it's okay to be scared for your people.
Just giving it a silent nod.
Yeah, I think she takes that as a sign this he's not going to talk more about this. So
Not this guy, at least.
no, yeah,
Maybe
no.
if you had a separate cabin, maybe he'd open up.
Now we're having a slumber party.
Yay,
next
fun.
to them.
As you look over, Alon and Alfred are playing Truth or Dare.
Yeah. Sorry, babe, we got the living room tonight. Everyone's sleeping out here.
I love that for Ez. Yeah, she'll just she'll give him a kiss and then start like getting ready for the night bed.
While how I'm kind of imagining this, so Salinas and Kiesel are out on watch. Are we
for a bit? Luthando will come out and give you a reprieve.
Do we want to maybe like pitch like a like a watch order. Because, I mean, as far as we know, this is not a very large encampment. I mean, how long would it take for one person to just do, like, a round around the, like, compound area? And what time of day is it, and how tall is the ceiling?
Well, we covered the height of the ceiling earlier.
We did.
But time of day at this point in time, I'd say, your later part of the evening, maybe 8, 9 o'clock, something like that.
And then how long would it take for like one person to just do like a round watching outside the area?
Like going outside of the walls?
Not outside. It's scary, but like, do they have somewhere where you can? Is like the wall? Is it like a wall with like a balcony looking outward, or are these people so tall that they just kind of look over?
Yeah, you guys have already encountered that little slight problem that Luthando could see over the edge because he was 8'11". You guys trying to see over the edge, it was stack some boxes on top of the little 1 foot, or the little 1 foot tall little railing that's on the bottom that Luthando stood on, but you had to stack another box or two on top, which there's some crates there because there is the short one, the 7'4" giant that needs a little bit of upsies to be able to see.
Uppies. You're right. I mean, then I guess in that case, I mean, Fridier can offer to him to like help take a watch with some boxes. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's what Fridier would do. These are friends of his people, his people by extension.
All right. He won't turn you down. He's completely open to whatever you guys want to do with the watches. He'll take some time in the warmth. Doesn't give you like a typical full watch time frame. Just a matter of if you want to watch for an hour, I'll let you watch for an hour. Before his control of needing to know that everything's safe kicks in.
Gets antsy.
All right. Does anybody else have anything that they do before turning in for the night? Then yes, there's AJ in the back.
Cool.
Take that as a no.
So-
AJ in the back with Kella and Hine. Hine
Um,
still resting peacefully. Kella just kind of checking to her a little bit. You see her as you step in. She gives you a smile as she's combing her mother's hair, trying to comb away some of the matted mess that the sweat had left behind, and trying to make her mother look a little bit more herself.
Zidru's just going to ask if they have any sort of antiseptics at all. Any sort of like cleaning.
You might want to use a different word than antiseptics
Well,
to get them to understand.
No. Zedru wouldn't say that. Do you have anything for like cleaning or like disinfecting the wounds? I know that your mother was infected for quite a while, so I can only imagine that you cleaned the wound regularly.
I mean, we have soap.
Could I use some of that, please?
Certainly, anything you need.
Zedru's
She
gonna
comes back with just kind of a really rough bar of lye soap.
Cool. Is there a private place that you have here? I needed to go ahead and do some prayer this evening. And he'll kind of fumble with the soap a little bit in his hands as he's saying this, like wringing his hands almost around it.
She gets a smile, and then her smile kind of like wavers for a second before she goes back to the typical smile. Yeah, I suppose you could I mean, like what specific? I mean, there's plenty of places you could go for privacy. Is there something specific you need?
just a private place. And
Oh,
I would hate to disrespect the fact that maybe some of these buildings haven't had people in them for a while, but that just seems disrespectful.
appreciate that. No, you can use my home. I haven't been staying there recently, so don't. Might be a little bit unkempt, but hopefully, just forgive me for that.
Of course. I very much appreciate it.
So it's the second house on the left. If you go back out the lodge and then turn and head along the wall.
Thank you. Sidra will take the soap, and he's gonna leave.
All right.
But yeah, he's gonna.
You all are getting ready to rest. You watch Cedric go out the door. No explanation given. About the same time that Yofrider's heading out to do his watch, he walks out, and couple minutes later, Cedric goes out. So Salinas and Keese will be back in at that point.
In that case, if Aliona is no longer with Yofridir,
That they would be
Salinas
separated at this point.
Yeah, I didn't want to like intrude. Salinas would probably come over to Aliona. Are you
And
holding up?
Well enough. I just learned a lot of interesting things today, and I think I'm still trying to process, but I'm doing all right.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Sort of a weird question. But of do we have an actual physical map of the area, or have we just been kind of talking in like descriptions?
of which area? You mean like the village or the region?
No, of Torsland.
You guys don't actually have a map.
Okay.
Just be like what you've seen and what's been described to you by Yofridir and Aliona, which would be pretty limited.
Okay. Sure. Aliona, in your experience, what would it take for a tribe to say, we don't want to deal with this, we don't want to fight this, if there was another tribe kind of moving through their lands? Like what would be the sort of thing that would be enough to make someone from here not want to engage in a fight? I don't really know the culture as well as I would like.
Well, I mean, there are several clans that don't actually really go out on raids and fight all that much, but what are you asking?
Luthando said that for the Ice Bear tribe to reach here, they would have needed to travel quite a distance through other tribes' lands. And they would have either needed to defeat them the same way that they had here, or frighten them enough that they wouldn't engage as they passed by.
Well, I don't know because Isbjorn is not, should not be as strong as they appear to be. And so I don't know what they could have that would make other lands so afraid of them. Did did he mention anything else about what he saw when they came?
No, no one here that's left has anything useful. I mean, Thando and Ina were out away when it happened, and the other two were hidden, hiding. They weren't why they weren't captured. Kind of like, yeah.
There's certainly something strange going on here. They
Yeah.
I guess I can't imagine who Isbjorn would be working with that would get them such a force to take as many people from here as they did, take everyone from Snodeskal. That
Diesel
has
will
to be
finish.
just it so many people, and a huge force, or maybe if not so many people, some insane power that they show that they hadn't before. I don't understand.
Diesel will crash this conversation after taking time to get his face and everything, the gear all taken off by the fire and all that shit. It wouldn't be too out of the ordinary, at least for us, to encounter some sort of magic or some sort of metaphysical way of having these things happen. You know, uh, you, I don't even know where we could begin, because I know magic can be so scarce up here, but any way that there could be a group using magic to intimidate. I mean, these people here don't even have weapons. Or
I
they
mean,
could
it
be
does-
serving a higher power. Maybe the dragon, even. I don't think there might be a coincidence in the upticks in dragon attacks and then these two big events happening this close.
I suppose that could be it. Because if there were people, magic users around here, they must have come from far away, because there's the clans, they're not magic users. The only magic users I've seen are the mages from the school in Riyadh. It's not common. It's not the norm. But if they had a dragon with them, I do suppose that would strike some fear.
And get more than, what, 24 people to just up and surrender?
Honestly, that makes the most sense.
I think we're going to have a lot in store for us once we get to Snowskull.
Sure.
All right. As you wrap up your conversations with each other, settle in to rest for the night. Cedric, why don't you DM me what you're planning on doing so I can make a judgment call on how to handle it? Where's I got Jeffin, everybody. We haven't Jeffin in a while.
Ooh.
I know.
Oh,
So it's like
I'm-
we're.
Briar's is
we're
like, what the hell's
approaching-
Jeffin? What are we
I
talking
don't know
about
what
Jeffin?
It's like, what the
Jeff's
hell
not
are y'all
even
talking
here.
about? Yeah, no.
I know. The way that we're approaching the night, I was it's like, ooh, are we about to get a dream sequence?
Ooh, and then you wake up back in the tavern at 6 bells.
Don't even.
All right.
All
So you all are kind of taking your little winding down and preparing to rest. Cedri and Yofadir out. I'd say best guess from most of you is they're presumably both on watch, like Salidas and Kiesel were. Really not a whole lot of reason to not believe that Zedri's with Yofadir. It's not cause for concern. You're in a safe environment. Seems like everything's pretty safe here. Your party members will come back soon, because Salinas and Kiesel will probably have passed along that Luthando doesn't seem like he's going to let anybody take watch all night, so that they'll be back before they know it. So we will, Jeff and everybody but AJ as we go and see what Zedri's doing. So if you guys all want to deafen your microphone, click the little button so you guys can't hear what goes on. Those of you out in Streamland can hear, so don't cheat, players. So yeah, you can take your headset off, or you can click the little button that deafens. So
You said this was between Cedri and Yofadir?
this is between Zedri and me. All right, I think we're good.
All right.
So, Cedri, as you head out, doesn't take very much. You catch a quick glance that Yofadir was. You saw the door shutting as you started coming across the room, so you knew somebody had gone out, and by head count, presumed Yofadir is out there. Do you try and stay to the shadows so that he doesn't see where you're going, or just kind of act casual? We'll do fly casual, just so I can make another May the 4th reference.
Sure. I will fly casual. And I'm gonna go ahead and just mention that I'm going to do some prayer. Even though it's kind of looked down upon if it's not Zephorin. But Zedri wouldn't be privy to that, so.
Why don't you give me a deception in the tower?
Cool.
And I will roll an insight for Yofadir in the tower, so that we don't have to bring Bernie back on. He only has +1, so odds are in your favor.
I don't know about that.
Roll. Good enough.
Okay, cool. Then yeah.
As far as you know, he doesn't question you. He lets you go. You quickly find your way 2 houses down. No locks or anything like that on the door. Push it open. See a nice, simple. That's a very, very Spartan. Not a whole lot of possessions. It's kind of something you noticed inside too, that there's just not a whole lot here. That they seem very simple folk. Very, not in a negative way, just a matter of they don't bother with a whole lot of eccentricities or casual possessions of random things.
Mm-hmm.
So walking into Gella's house, first thing that really jumps out to you is this, it's very simple. There's, some chairs and a table in the front of the house, and it's just basically a 2-room house that's only 2 rooms because of some pelt curtains similar to what was in the Great Lodge. And so there's just this little front space and then a little bit smaller back room. You gather she lives here alone. Not just recently, that she's lived here alone for quite some time. Don't know exactly why, whether there was a partner at some point in time or children or anything like that, but there's no sign of it right now. Love all the conversation.
I know.
So yeah, the house is yours.
Yeah.
What does Zedru do?
Zedru's gonna sit down and he's gonna pull out his water skin. He's gonna set the soap beside it, and he's actually going to something that he hasn't done before, I believe. He's gonna use the wild companion feature. So rather than summon his firebird as the spirit, he's actually going to summon it as a familiar, so that it does not combust in loud flames like normal. But
still the basic same form, just a little bit less fiery.
Yeah, and it's still that kind of like dark, almost akin to something like a crow, maybe a little bit more purple. But he's just gonna sit there and kind of stare at it, and then he's gonna pull out all of his medical tools, specifically taking the water skin and kind of finding some sort of vessel, or pulling out one of his own just to wash his hands and sanitize super quick, before taking out the scalpel. And at this point he's undone the bandage on his arm, so he has that kind of skull mark still on his palm. And he is going to make an incision. Just like a coroner would, he's going to go down the center of the skull and kind of try to peel back both sides of it. Just a thin layer of dermis, nothing too deep that's going to necessarily bleed. But he's a righty, so he's doing it on his other hand.
Okay. Give me a... I guess sleight of hand?
Okay.
Oh, it's
Could I make the case
not you can always try and make
that
the
since
case.
this is something to do with Zedru's family business, because they did have to prepare the bodies, that I could have an advantage on this specific cut? Because it's the same one that would be made into a chest cavity.
I'll meet you in between.
I'll take it.
We'll do a medicine dex check again, like you did earlier for
Cool.
your surgery.
I'll take it. Do you want me to do it in the tower?
No.
Okay.
Let's do that on the open. Let's mess with everybody.
Yep.
Going with that, you do have inspiration. so
I
it's your
am
call.
going to take my inspiration on that one. That seems very important.
Oh my god!
Cool. Yeah.
All right. Okay, so you were attempting to be super, super shallow.
Yeah.
That is not an easy thing to pull off.
No, especially one-handed.
So, DC wise, I'm gonna say that is probably like if it was just the incision, without like cutting any tendons or muscles or anything like that, I'd say that's probably DC 15. But to actually like try and just get underneath, I'm gonna say that's probably a DC 20 to expertly pull that off. So you're 12 short.
Yeah. No, I probably stabbed myself.
With 12 short, roll me a d6. Yeah, you go and you're like attempting to go in, just like it's that. You think about like cutting gift wrap with scissors. And when you hit that one little catch where the scissors can't just slide through, you can't pull off that nice expert move. And it's just like you're going and you're doing fine and everything's just cutting fine. And then there's that little hiccup where you get like a little bit thicker piece of skin. And then the
Yeah.
little scalpel knife like jabs and it stabs into your hand and like rips through the muscle in your hand, and so you only take 3 points of slashing damage from
Okay.
it, but your hand is like visibly bleeding on the table.
That's fine. That's fine. It's cleaned.
Okay.
So Zidri's going to take out the fragments, and he is going to take 3 of them, the 3 largest, and try to pepper them in like planting seeds in a bed of soil.
Had you put the damage on?
I can.
I did. I just did.
Oh.
I wasn't. If you had already, I would take it back off. But I just put
no.
the 3 on.
I think I
so.
still have 10 pitch points too. From Dustin. But yeah, so he's gonna pepper them in there, and then he's going to cure the wound.
Okay.
And he's gonna look at his not so firebird and notice the color of it, and just say, "I am so very sorry about everything with this, and I'm hoping that this fixes it." And he'll hold up the injured hand, but now it has been kind of magically stitched back together. And he'll clean anything that needs to be cleaned in terms of blood.
Okay, just for clarification, so we're on the same page.
Wow.
Is this the hand with the
With
scarring?
with the scarring on it, yes.
Okay, that's the one we're cutting up.
Yeah.
Okay. And sticking these shards in.
Of the MacDorald then. Yeah.
Okay. Roll the dice for the cure wounds. Don't roll the cure wounds, obviously. 'Cause that'll tell everybody what you did. Just roll the
Yes.
dice for the hit points.
Okay. So it's 4.
Oof.
It's 1 plus 3, so 4.
Okay. Hey, you're 1 point better than you were before. Still a little banged up, but not bad. Yeah. So it heals over, and almost the deeper cut worked in your favor because it keeps your hand having these extra like chunks sticking out that your attempt to try and stick them in was going to make your hand look quite strange.
Yeah, yeah.
But actually you're able to get like the bigger chunks. I mean, none of these are like huge. It's a fractured tooth.
Right.
So it's mostly like little pieces of shrapnel. And so it mostly is able to heal in there and cover it up. It adds an extra little weird, it's almost like, okay, so you have the skull image that is embedded in here. And now the one eye has this weird little ripple going through it.
Oh,
of a
darn it.
little
I
bit
made it
raised.
look even cooler.
So yeah, you have like this slashed eye going across. It's
Okay. Okay.
yeah, it's pretty metal. It's pretty metal.
Zidri is going to clean up. He's going to rewrap the arm. And then he's going to look down at the bird and just say, "I'm really hoping that this fixes it." And he'll go ahead and snap, and he'll go ahead and dismiss the summon, which would have hopefully provided just like maybe the tiniest bit of light. So,
All right, I'm gonna ask you a question.
yeah.
I think this is a Titanic reference, but I don't mean it to be. How much do you trust me?
I trust you. I mean, I
Okay.
trusted you when I killed Sydney, so.
Yeah. So you do this thing. You cut your hand. You bleed a little bit. Pack these things in here. Heal it up. Heals up. A little cool look to it. Feel pretty confident about things. As you know, Cedric's a pretty tidy person, pretty considerate person, I would presume, based off of everything we've ever seen from Zedri in the 3+ years we've been doing this. You look down at the table to clean up what little mess you've made from the little bit of blood that spilled out on the table. Blood's gone.
Cool.
It's confusing, obviously. I would say pretty safe. You don't need to roll a history check to question your memory. You're sure you dripped blood onto the table.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't a lot, but it was some.
Okay.
Concerning, it's been a long day. You've been pretty battered and beaten over the course of the day, pretty tired. Forced to basically either resolve that's a problem for another day, or maybe it's not really a problem. It's just confusing. But maybe it's just the exhaustion talking. But it's not something you're going to forget. I'm not doing anything like that to you or anything like that. Just
Appreciate
this
you.
is an odd occurrence that you just don't know how to explain.
Okay.
The one thing, there's just something in the back of your mind that is familiar about this. You can't quite place it. Roll me an Arcana check.
Out of the table?
Yeah. Damn. Yeah, right now you can't place it. Maybe it'll come to you
Okay.
in time, but there's something familiar about this and you just don't get it. Can't put the pieces together. It's late. It's a long day. The pieces just aren't bridging together. Not for a lack of memory, just a matter of, just can't draw that string. You need some Salinas working on conspiracy theories for you.
Cool. Then, yeah, once I do that, I will... Oh.
We'll bring everybody back, and we'll finish with everybody back.
We're doing the headlights.
Yeah.
Headlight blinking. Headlights.
Wake Destin up.
I want to get lower, but that's not going to do anything.
Unjeff.
Oh no. You get to go last tonight.
Yeah.
You've been back for 5 minutes.
So, Zedri, as all that transpires, you're just kind of left with a bit of confusion as you are free to head back.
I'll stop off with Yofridir, and I will go ahead and attempt to do watch, though the exhaustion is probably pretty heavy, so I'm going to lean on him more.
Fair. Yofridir, having seen Zedri come out, had a brief exchange. Sorry, Ernie, you didn't get to play Yofridir for 5 seconds. But as you guys take your watches and retire for the evening, Luthondo going back on watch at at some point in time, and in the morning, as you all awaken, rested, and ready for another day's journey, as Ina wakes Lonan as she comes back from watch, brushes off a little bit of snow, some light dusting over the night, and wakes Lonan so Lonan can wake the rest of the party. That is where we'll end for the night. The cliffhanger being, you guys have no idea what happened to Zedric. But that will be where we will wrap things up for the VOD for tonight's session. Thanks to all of you out there watching on demand. Thanks to everybody that was here live. Solid 10. Awesome night. Thanks for engaging in chat. Thanks for joining the Discord. Always happy to have some support from other individuals, especially other D&Ders that are looking to promote each other, I guess we'll put it that way. So but thanks again for everybody watching on demand. If you're watching on demand, come watch live. We do some post-game stuff live that's some fun interaction, plus you get all the outtakes that are done in the breaks that you don't get to see when you aren't here live. So, with that all being said, thanks for watching. Say goodbye to the VOD viewers.
Goodbye, y'all.